सर अच्छा करता है।
Well, it's so hearty to see all of you joining us and connecting with us virtually. Well, I would like to begin by asking a question. Why do certain foods harm some people and help others? How come the results of a weight loss program vary from individual to individual? And why do really some people fall sick more than often than others? Well, there must be some answer, right? The art and science of wellness, ladies and gentlemen, holds answers to these baffling questions and more, I must say. Well, the wellness is often confused with being physically fit or just having a pleasant demeanor, maybe, but nothing could be far from truth. Well, we all have the veterans, the dreamers, the doers in the house today, and wellness, I'm sure you all would agree, this very August gathering would agree, is the sum total of how one is really feeling physically and mentally to be able to enjoy the quality life to its fullest, I must say. Well, a holistic approach, ladies and gentlemen, to health by combining our lifestyle with our mental tendencies is what is really needed in today's hectic world that we live in, today's world of disruption that we live in, where everyone, literally everyone, wants more life per life. Namaskar, hello, and welcome everyone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm your master of ceremonies for this inaugural session. My name is Shikha Singh, and I welcome you very, very, very warmly to this inaugural session of Global Wellness Summit 2022, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, it is a 3-day event from the 2nd of December, starting today, until the 4th of December, that is jointly organized by the Indian Forum of Educators and Global Wellness Forum. Well, the theme that we have very tastefully curated is Wellness Education, Let's Steer Well-Being. Well, digital, ladies and gentlemen, you would agree, is something that makes us really inclusive, as they say. So here's to inclusivity, here's to all of us being in this together, everybody who is connected and in fact has flown virtually, across the skies to be here with us at this moment. I think the sheer vibe of this virtual August gathering is something that is very, very empowering. So thank you so much for making it happen. You are the showmakers, like they say, right? Well, our first online Global Wellness Summit, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, was organized in the year 2020 in the month of October. Well, looking forward to the 3 days that we are here together, packed with wisdom from renowned speakers from nearly not 1, not 2, not 3, not even 10, but 20 countries. Wow, this sounds really exciting, right? So they will come forward and they will share not just their knowledge, mind you, but their very actionable knowledge about all the dimensions of wellness, be it the mental, the emotional, the physical, social, or the environmental. So I think this is going to be a beautiful, I'd like to say this is going to be a beautiful potpourri of everything insightful, everything all good with all you most amazing people, because I think the sheer realization that we must not keep wellness on the back burners, but rather keep it on the forefront is something that deserves a big, big kudos already. So big, big congratulations for taking out the time and really joining us under this one umbrella that has been very tastefully designed, and I must say very lovingly designed for all you amazing people. Well, you and I, ladies and gentlemen, today we will celebrate across these 3 days, I must say, the art, the artist, that's you, and the artistry of wellness. That can't be a okay to have kind of an aspect, but a must-have aspect. Now, as they say, before I invite our opening batsman to render a very, very warm welcome to all of you, I must say that, everything beautiful begins with the self-love. So what I want all of you to do right now is, and of course, it was so nice to be e-meeting many of you in the year 2020 when I hosted a segment, and I think we did practice some of it then as well. So I want all of you to very nicely stretch both of your hands. We're going to begin with expressing self-love to ourselves. So what I'm going to do is keep your hands right in there. I will give you a countdown. I will say 3, 2, 1, and you have to give like a nice, warm self-love ki jhappi. I call this the hug of self-love. So everything begins, even, in the spirit of wellness, that will also begin and can be ushered in only and only when you love yourself. So on my countdown, everybody, as you stretch your hands, nice and easy. No, don't worry. We are not making you do any yoga poses right now, but right now, just stretch your hands and give yourself a nice, warm, solid hug. So 3, 2, 1. And you have to profess love to your own self. You have to say, I love myself. All right. So on the count of 3, we will do this again together. Correct. And you know what? We are actually giving a self hug to the most underrated person. You know why I say that? Because often we fail to express love and pat our own backs. So hence we become the most underrated. Why? Because we fail to appreciate ourselves. So before we begin anything, I want all of you to feel very, very proud about yourself and give yourself the final countdown. 3, 2, 1. Say loudly, get the ropes down, say, I love myself, right? This should feel very good. This should feel very empowering and very, very positive, right? So practice this as many times as you would want to. And let's begin this on a very, very beautiful note, everybody. As I said, the welcome address, ladies and gentlemen, to be enriching your perspectives. All our very esteemed participants have joined us from the global corners of the world. Well, the first session theme is mental and emotional wellness, as you know. I am pleased, I am delighted, I am ignited to be welcoming on the screen. Of course, I would love to talk about him, but as we greet him, to greet all of you, let's welcome with a big round of cheer, Dr. Yolanda Peterson from South Africa, ladies and gentlemen, the co-convener of the summit, who will warmly welcome you all. But before that, a few words about Dr. Yolanda Peterson. In fact, who is a seasoned marketing and a communications specialist, studies in MBM, BCom, marketing and business management, alongside her qualifications in APM, advanced project management, having worked for renowned advertising agencies from, say, the oldest in the world to, in fact, the largest in Africa. Well, to talk about Yolanda, the Group Executive Director of the Strategic Project Management Solutions Company, well, the Biget Group that hosts the end-to-end project management, the supply chain, the procurement, the monitoring, the evaluation, and analytics services. Well, the company is geared towards building the clear business, supply chain, marketing, project planning, strategies, and all of this in the volatile environments that we really live in, provides strategic consulting to a multitude of varied business. Well, Yolanda, I must say, ladies and gentlemen, has really went on unstoppably to work her way from entry-level positions to earn her seat in the C-suite table, and as a first generation entrepreneur. I think it would be very, very empowering to hear her. Established as a business strategist, project lead, moderator, facilitator, the keynote and the public speaker that she is, delivers very high energy keynote presentations that challenge the audience and ensure that you all as an audience leverage your focus, you pay attention to what matters the most, both at work and in life. Can we all bring our synergies together and extend a very beautiful round of cheer as we welcome the co-convener of the summit, Dr. Yolanda Peterson.
Shekhar Singh, I greet everyone on this panel. Greetings from Cape Town, greetings from South Africa, And what an incredible way to not only open this 2022 Global Wellness Summit, but also the energy, the excitement, and the enthusiasm that you bring certainly tells me that this is going to be 3 days well spent. I am tasked to do the welcome to this Global Wellness Summit. And I would like to encourage, welcome ladies and gentlemen from across the globe. We have 20 plus countries logged in to one virtual space where we holistically look and challenge the norms of wellness and our emotional, physical, spiritual, and mental well-being as we journey through the summit. It is an honor to welcome all delegates, to welcome all chief guests, to welcome our keynote speakers, to welcome our presenters, to welcome our panelists, our moderators, and lastly, I would love to take this moment to congratulate Dr. Surendra Das, the esteemed doctor, and his very capable team for putting together a joint collaboration between the Indian Forum of Educators and the Global Wellness Forum. So without further to do, let me rather correct my words. I do officially declare the Global Wellness Summit for 2022 open. It is an honor and a pleasure to be co-convening, and I'm looking forward to all of the insightful talks, the lessons learned, and new takeaways that each one of us will hone. So I thank you to our MC, and the floor is yours, ma'am. Welcome to the 2022 Global Wellness Summit.
Dr. Yolanda, thank you so much. You vibe so much of optimism, so much of positivity. I think it's our honor to have you as our co-convener. And thank you so much. All the greetings and all the love right back. And thank you for a very, very warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. We're looking forward to a wonderful summit.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Indeed, with all the enlightened and elite minds, I must say, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be, like Dr. Yolanda said, this is going to be a powerhouse of everything very, very empowering as we march on our strides towards wellness. So big congratulations, of course, to the entire team there. And like I said, my showmakers, that is all of you, ladies and gentlemen. So keep giving a nice pat on your back. We will make sure that this is going to be absolutely actionable and very, very enriching. Lots of conversations brimming, lots of greetings being exchanged, and this is going to be a force to reckon with. And ladies and gentlemen, now I must say that I am proud, I am honored, and I am privileged to be now ushering in and inviting the person who really walks the talk. You know what they say, a woman on a mission needs absolutely no permission. Our honorable chief guest for the program is really one such woman who indeed inspires so many and is the force to reckon with. Well, yes, I'm talking about the regional director, Z-Learn Mumbai. Well, an MA in English and Public Administration, MAd, MPhil in Education. She has so much to her credit. Well, you know, when I was being briefed about that, you know, she's the one who's going to be gracing the occasion with her very magnanimous presence. I had a difficult time choosing what to really pick, because they say that, the larger the persona of a personality, the shorter the introduction it is. But there was so much to her credit that I really had genuinely a difficult time picking out the best of the best for all of you to know. A lot of you know about her, but please allow me a couple of seconds to tell you that yes, she's been working with ZLearn for more than 5 years now, mentoring Mount Litera Z schools in Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Chhattisgarh, where she's been successfully managing her function, reaching out to the business partners, principals, and actively addressing their queries all at the same time, donning really multiple hats. She's been instrumental when we talk about in setting that excellent academic standards, using the best practices in the, in the MLZS in her zone when we talk about. Well, an educationist, I must say, with 35 years of experience in management, teaching, administration, school activities. She has successfully managed as the founder principal of Amrita Vidyalayam, Ahmedabad, Zydus School, and other leading schools as well, making sure when we talk about skill development, she ensures that she actually bakes the perfect concoction of skills and also the experience of the staff, and in return, support the growth and development of those who aspire to leadership. Well, leaders, they say, are not concerned with being famous, but they're actually concerned with setting the right benchmarks. Our chief guest for this evening, I must say, is one such leader, one such prolific writer, very passionate trainer, focusing on capacity building for educators, students, very beautifully spiritual to the core. She believes the only way to live life is to let others live peacefully and joyfully. Like what you do for yourself, you must also do for others, right? So that is the kind of vibe that she brings onto the table, the recipient of Dr. Radha Krishnan Award for Excellence in Education, and has been adjudged, may I say, I'm very proud to announce, as the best principal amongst all Amrita Vidyalayams of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, I want all of you to bring in some extra round of enthusiasm as we welcome our chief guest, Miss Neeru Nair, the Regional Director, ZLearn, Mumbai. A very, very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shikha. I think I'm zapped at the beautiful introduction that you have given. Thank you so much. So, Honorable Dr. Yolanda Peterson, Dr. Surendra Das, all the organizers, panelists, moderators, and my very dear audience. I must say that I am overwhelmed. In fact, it gives me immense pleasure to be a part of this August gathering. And I thank all of you for having me on this forum. People often think about wellness in terms of physical health, nutrition, exercise, weight management, and everything. But it is so much more. Wellness is a holistic integration of physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. Fueling the body, engaging the mind, and nurturing the spirit. Wellness is a dynamic, ever-changing, volatile process. Although it always includes striving for health, it's more about living life fully, and it is a lifestyle and a personalized approach to living life in a way that allows you to become the best kind of person that your potential, your circumstances, and destiny will allow. Wellness often necessitates good self-stewardship for ourselves and for those we care about and who care about us. The World Health Organization defines wellness as the optimal state of health of individuals and groups. According to the World Health Organization, wellness has two cardinal concerns, which are the achievement of individuals' fullest potentials, physically, psychologically, socially, spiritually, and economically, and carrying out individuals' expectation within the family. Wellness, I believe, encompasses 10 mutually interdependent dimensions: physical, intellectual, emotional, social, spiritual, vocational, financial, environmental, cultural, and climatic. So attention must be given to all the dimensions, because neglect of any one over the time will adversely affect the others and ultimately one's own health and one's own well-being and also quality of life. Sometimes it is not necessary that we bring about an optimum balance, but we should try it. We should aim to strive for a personal harmony that feels most authentic to us. We have our own priorities, we have our own approaches, aspirations, including our own views of what it means to live life fully. But as the understanding of wellness began to shift from programs and circumstances that help to alleviate illnesses and to decrease the health risks, wellness dimensions have been brought to limelight, and wellness is being related to quality of life and life satisfaction. It is believed that an improvement in one component of wellness may go on to positively affect the whole person. Let us talk about a few dimensions of wellness. So, as you all know, that physical wellness is the uppermost on the minds of most of us. So, in general, we all know that it concerns cardiovascular, fitness, strength, flexibility. So we do a lot of activities, how to improve our physical health. We do a lot of exercises. We have regimented lifestyles, diets, everything we do so that our health is good. We also do a lot of activities that promote health behaviors, and we try to avoid harmful health behaviors. Then there is this emotional and psychological wellness. Now, we all have certain attitudes and beliefs about life, about self and about life. So when our self-view is positive, when our actions are positive, we feel our relationships are also positive and everything is influenced. When an individual does not feel in control of their lives, then this results into stress, and therefore it causes a negative impact on the emotional wellness. We all know about social wellness. There is an interaction of the individual with other people. There is a community interaction. And during this community interaction, we tend to interact with people. The World Health Organization states that being included in the society in which one lives is vital to the material, psychological, and political empowerment that underpins social well-being and equitable health. Then, as teachers, as principals, as educators, we also focus on intellectual and cognitive wellness. Now, this component of wellness refers to the knowledge acquisition and intellectual activity. When knowledge is acquired, it can be shared and it can be used in developing one's potential. And it can be used to improve one's personal growth and make the society better. A sound intellectual functioning helps to improve an individual's well-being on the overall, influencing behavior especially from transforming negative health habits into positive ones. So intellectual wellness, I feel, for a student, for a teacher, or for that matter, for anyone, is very important. Then, as we all Indians, we feel that spirituality is the core of our lifestyle. There is a continual process of finding meaning and purpose in life. And this contributes to wellness. And that is the reason across the globe, we have seminars and webinars where people connect spiritually and try to find meanings to life. Spiritual wellness helps you to lead life with a purpose. This component of wellness can be found in a single person, in a group, in a community. Again, spiritual wellness is not everyone's cup of tea, but yet it is required. Similarly, we have the occupational wellness, which is concerned with being able to gain personal fulfillment and satisfaction from paid or unpaid jobs. So this wellness encompasses one's ability to handle multiple roles and being able to supply skills to meet communities' needs. Occupational wellness, they say, is that wellness which brings a lot of productivity on the table. Environmental wellness. When I say environmental wellness, I mean the homes, individual homes, communities, work, and nature as well. Environmental wellness is concerned with the interaction of an individual with the environment on local and global levels. At times we say that the social environment or the geographical environment in which we live lays a lot of emphasis, or rather influences us, in the way we think, in the way we move. And all this targets towards the wellness or the negative side of our thought processes. Economic wellness. Now, who doesn't know about it? Everybody wants to be rich. Everybody wants to earn money, and everybody wants to live a very luxurious life. But for me, what is economic wellness? So I feel that economic wellness is that wellness where the world doesn't have too many inequalities, where every individual in this world can afford a decent living, a decent lifestyle, and can live happily. I understand. Economic wellness cannot be the same for everyone in this world. You have the haves and you have the have-nots. But yet, as an optimist, I feel that economic wellness goes a long way in bringing about global wellness. Economic well-being means people have their most basic survival needs met and have sustainable income and assets so they can prosper. So when I say sustainable, I mean that each and everyone on this earth should not be worried about from where the next meal is going to come. The processes should be such that people should be able to live peacefully. During and after crisis, sometimes people are forced to make short-term decisions. Like in India during the pandemic, what did people do? They pulled away their children from schools. Children could not go to school just because their salaries or their incomes were uncertain. So I feel that economic well-being is also one of the most important wellness that we all need. Cultural wellness. This dimension has a very subjective impact on wellness. So culturally, if a country renders its individuals a very democratic and individualistic settings where they have freedoms of choice, in such cases, individuals feel better rather than individuals who live in authoritarian and collectivistic cultures. Cultural wellness helps civilizations to thrive and prosper without resistance and create happier and rooted citizens globally. I also think of climate wellness, and let's not confuse it with environmental wellness, because climate wellness is a connection between climatic changes and human well-being. So many times we hear people saying that today I feel depressed. Why? Because the weather is gloomy. So the climate also has an impact on the well-being of a person. It is a new area of research, and we need to study the consequences of climate and ecosystem changes on the wellness of the individual, on the community, on the places of worship, workplace, and other settings. Yes, so climate wellness, many a times our plans of visiting a place get sabotaged. Many a times there are natural calamities that deprive us of certain, happinesses that we all have collectively wanted to have with our families. So at times, the mindset with which we have planned an outing or a get-together gets affected by the climate. So I attribute climate wellness also as one of the important aspects towards having a global wellness. The World Health Organization in 2008 described a dominant holistic perspective of wellness as that which includes the absence of illness and a state of well-being. Before this, wellness was broadly visualized only in terms of the absence of negative elements such as diseases and illnesses. But with the new perspective, wellness takes into record the positive elements as well. Thus, with wellness, an individual is seen from multiple dimensions to creating a holistic approach. Where do we have to go for? We just have the recent example in front of us, the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has given the world a once-in-a-generation opportunity to advance broad-based health, wellness, and prosperity. Poor health costs twice as much, around 15% of global real GDP, from premature deaths and lost productive potential among the working age population. As organizations around the world look for tools to speed up economic recovery, rethinking health and wellness as an investment, not just a cost, could accelerate growth for decades to come. In many lower and middle income countries, infectious diseases are the major focus. HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, they've taken a huge toll, both in the loss of life and reducing the workforce. The World Bank reports that 50% of the economic growth differentials between developing and developed nations are attributed to poor health and low life expectancy. The healthier the citizens of a country, the more effective the workforce. The better the health of their children, the fewer births, and hence the fewer dependents. Vaccinations and preventive strategies for childhood diseases are now of key importance. So let's see the 4 lessons learned from the pandemic, which will help us to build a healthier and a more prosperous future. So first of all, the research says that health should be made a key part of economic growth discussions. The COVID-19 pandemic has been an unwelcome reminder of just how much wellness matters, not only to individuals and society, but also to the global economy. Better health fueled global growth over the past century by enlarging the labor force and increasing productivity. In fact, economic historians estimate that improved health accounted for about 1/3 of the overall GDP per capita growth of developed economies in the past century. Research shows that health continues to have the potential to stimulate growth. How exactly does better health and wellness promote economic growth? How does it do it? First of all, fewer people are likely to die prematurely. So the working age population will increase. When people are healthier, absences from workplaces and absences due to sicknesses decline. And workers are less distracted because they don't have to manage their personal conditions or the conditions of their loved ones. Even so much so that even people do not retire prematurely because they all have been living a life which is full of well-being. Investing, the second aspect that pandemic brought in the forefront was investing in wellness to build greater resilience. It has been found, there is a research, that a reduction of the disease burden would deliver tremendous benefits. So, for example, a 65-year-old in 2040 could be as healthy as a 55-year-old today. Infant mortality would decline by 65%, and 230 million more people would be alive in 2040. More than 70% of the health benefits would come from prevention through healthier environments, healthier behavior, and preventive care, which includes safe childbirth, which includes vaccination and adherence to medications that do not have side effects or rather have lesser side effects. So the focus should not be on the treatment of diseases, but the focus should be on preventing the diseases. One way to improve health is to invest in communities so that children can grow up to live long and healthy lives as adults. A healthy child and should grow up to be a healthy adult. And the remaining 30% of the benefits were found to come from proven therapies to treat illnesses. The third aspect that this pandemic brought forth was that we need to promote social and economic equity by focusing on all kinds of wellness. Research says that you need innovations in healthcare because some of the global diseases have burdened the global economy so much and they are not tackled effectively today, which includes mental and neurological disorders, cardiovascular disorders, cancers. Innovation is necessary to combat these and emerging other health threats, such as antimicrobial resistance. Yet, we can do more to prioritize research in the areas with the largest unmet needs and to overcome some of the incentive barriers that drag down research in preventive science and antibiotics. I ask a question now. Could the renewed energy now charging vaccine research and cross-country collaboration be sustained beyond the COVID-19 pandemic? This question needs profound pondering and discussions. The fourth aspect that the pandemic brought forth was prioritizing mental health and wellness. The Global Wellness Institute defines mental wellness as an internal resource that helps us think.
Ms. Neeru, there might be some sound from the background, but this just humble request if we can just wrap up the address maybe in a few seconds as we go ahead with the agenda.
Yeah.
Sure.
So as an internal resource that helps us think, feel, connect, and function. It is therefore important that we advocate mental wellness in our schools, homes, and workplaces. Mental wellness will go a long way in reducing depression, unreasonable healthy competition, and we need to present ourselves as the best version of ourselves that we can be. Thank you so much for having me on this beautiful forum, and I hope I have not crossed the time limit, and I really apologize if there was some sound disturbance because I'm currently sitting in my office and there are 175 people who work from the same office.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Neeru, firstly, thank you so much for your very pleasant demeanor, your presence on our virtual stage. Your presence, your insights, the guidance, and this sheer vibe of optimism is something that felt very comprehensive, felt very supportive, and felt like a guidance. So thank you very, very much. And we should be good to go in terms of time. Yes, I would request our speakers who would be joining us henceforth to make sure that they stick to their speaking slots. But on that note, Ms. Neeru, thank you very, very much once again for being on board and kindly consenting to be our chief guest for the evening and for this inaugural session. Thank you very much. I hope you really have an enriching rest of the summit with us. For now, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we will be absolutely unstoppable. We will be on our mark, and I would bring in and set the stage really for the keynote address. Now, our keynote address is something that is going to be really unmissable because that will cogitate on the role of pranic psychotherapy in mental wellness, something that is unmissable and cannot be avoided. Well, I must say that our keynote speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is a beautiful one. She hails from Italy but lives in Greece. I am talking about the pranic psychotherapist. You all can make some noise. It is okay, and it is allowed to do so on this virtual screen when we are getting greetings from Japan, from Mauritius, and like so many messages that are raining in the chat box. I think we can definitely go for some extra excitement and keep up the energy on the energy meter. And welcome on the screen, Chiara Perfetti, with a beautiful round of cheer. I would take some few seconds to talk about you, Chiara, but it is so warm and so nice to see you. And allow me to tell our dearest audience members that Chiara is someone who has studied sociology at the University of Rome, and she went on to specialize in media and communication. She is a very strong and a very coveted pranic healing trainer of the IISI and a certified pranic psychotherapist, as I just said. Well, 20 years in Greece, and she went on to, bring pranic healing along with her husband to Greece for the first time. Now, this is something which I would call it as, being a trendsetter, really. The first time opening a pranic healing and arhatic yoga center, so as to say. She received her certification as a therapist and as an instructor, and there she is, a certified pranic psychotherapist in Italy and the USA as well. Well, I think it's a known fact that she's a speaker at the worldwide pranic healing conferences and appears so frequently on the television and the radio shows. So, Chiara, there's so much that I'm personally looking forward to hear from you as well. And I got to know and I could lay my hands onto some information, which is like you love doing group work, you love doing brainstorming, new ideas, and all the learning through the creative processes of materializing projects. Well, may I say that you believe in life as one very big opportunity to love, learn, share, and grow together. We can't wait to learn from you, Kiara. So, all the more noise as we once again hand over the talking baton to you. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Kiara Perfetti with a very good round of cheer. Over to you, Kiara.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Shika, and greetings to all of you. I feel so honored and excited to be here today. This is a very, very big event. It's my very first time, and to be among 20 countries, and really, I thank you because it is an opportunity for me to learn from all of you. It's a wellness summit, and all of us is contributing from different countries, and with each one of us with this knowledge, grow together and mainly help as many people as possible. Actually, of course, I think this is the mission of all of us. And this is the reason why I started doing pranic healing 20 years ago. And I started directly from pranic psychotherapy because I was in a very difficult moment of my life. And it's then when I gave birth to my first daughter. And then I met pranic healing. I was... This was the reason why I learned the techniques. I started applying it on myself. I saw that they were working. And then I said, okay, I want to share with as many people as possible. So today I'm here to talk about the role of pranic psychotherapy in mental wellness. And I want to make it very, very practical. I mean, I want you to experiment how this works and how it is effective. If someone was going to tell me 20 years ago, I have healing techniques, very effective, very amazing. Maybe I wouldn't even try. I want to see. I mean, the theory, it's interesting. It's nice. Somebody can talk, in an interesting way, but okay, how can we apply this in our daily life? And above all, in these challenging times when, talking about mental well-being, it's so important, being 3 years so challenging for COVID-19, which forced the world to change everything, And so what is pranic psychotherapy? Let's start from the beginning. Pranic psychotherapy is the application of pranic healing. Pranic healing is a healing modality. The founder is Master Choco Ksui in the Philippines. And it's the manipulation of energy for our well-being. On a physical level, pranic healing accelerates the innate ability of the body to heal itself. Yes, this is very, very simple. I hope that everyone agree with me because a fever is going to disappear on its own if we don't take any medication. Yes. If we have a wound, even if we don't apply anything on it, it's going to close in a few days. So this is one of the principles of pranic healing, that the body has the innate ability to heal itself. Pranic healing, applying specific techniques, just boost, accelerate this process. So we apply pranic healing for physical well-being, for physical health. And we have pranic psychotherapy, which is the application of pranic healing for psychological imbalances, for psychological ailments, like, for example, depression, panic attacks, stress, anxiety, and addictions. Actually, addiction is what I'm dealing lot during the last years. Okay, food addiction, stop smoking, pranic healing, pranic psychotherapy is incredibly effective for all these kind of imbalances. Okay, because keep this in mind, we are working on the energy body. We have the physical body, the one we can touch and we see, we know very, very well, but we have an energetic body which is all around us, invisible for those who are not clairvoyant, that is strictly connecting because it's interpreting the physical one. All imbalances actually appears first on the energetic body and then drive to the physical one, to the mental. Okay, so we're going to work on that to have results on our mind or on emotions or on our physical health, as I said before. So again, pranic healing is using protocols. What are protocols? Are recipes. For example, I have depression. What am I going to do? Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. There is a recipe, specific steps that we do for this kind of ailments. I have anxiety. I do this. It's a different one. I have addiction. I apply a different protocol. It's a young child. It's a different protocol. It's a stress. It's different protocols for each kind of psychological imbalance. Today, I would like to share with you how can we use pranic psychotherapy as preventive healing. You know, I see patients every day, many, with all this kind of, you know, addiction, depression, and all this. But what can we do so that we can keep level of a healthy psychological balance? I have children, and this was something I really worked on, so that when it arrived the time when they have to study a lot, they're gonna have anxiety. We worked before so that you don't feel overwhelmed, too much stress, panic attack, palpitation. How many children nowadays? I mean, my patients have so many suffering from all this. So what can we do? I want to talk today about 2 techniques. The technique number 1, and I have to admit that, because when I started doing pranic healing 20 years ago, I was not looking I was not interested in energy. I was not interested in meditation. I was interested in this kind of things. It just happened in my life that I had the need, and pranic healing was on my way. So actually, I was not somebody that would love to do meditation. But now I want to share with you a technique which is of pranic psychotherapy, which is called meditation on twin hearts. Okay, this meditation, it's very well known worldwide, because also online it's practiced by millions of people. Now, the interesting thing is that in Greece, I did the research. I used this specific meditation in companies, in corporates, with 2 main purposes: to see the effects on increasing productivity, reducing stress, and bring harmony among employees. You know that also corporates are struggling a lot when there are, you know, conflicts between employees. This affects incredibly much the productivity. And so, because I had this idea to see what's the result, the results were incredible. So 2 times per week, twin hearts meditation for 8 weeks. The results are on our website, but are really, really interesting. So let's talk about this twin hearts meditation and how it can help us psychologically for our psychological well-being. Twin hearts meditation by Master Choa Kok Sui activate specific energetic center, which is the center of human love, the heart, the center of the chest, and the center of unconditional love on the top of our head, the crown. Heart and crown. In our society, the energetic centers that are more activated, not the heart, not the crown, the center of human love and the center of unconditional love. The energetic centers that are more activated are solar plexus chakra. What can I do for myself? What do I need? What do I want? Me. About what I can do for other people. How can I help? How can I serve? Heart chakra. And what can I do for people I know? The heart chakra. But when you activate the crown chakra, the center of the unconditional love, it's what can I do for people I don't even know? Something happened in the other part of the world. I want to go and help. I want to do something. This is when you are directed not from the heart chakras, from the crown. This is have an activated crown chakra is a sign of a spiritual development. This will never be activated because it's not activated the heart. How can I feel love for people I've never seen in my life? I don't feel love for people I know are next to me, you know? So we activate the heart with the purpose of creating a state of inner peace, of pink gold energy. If you just are curious about also colors that we can produce in our aura, in our energetic system, once the heart is activated, we see everything through compassion. We can see the point of view also of the other person. And I want you to listen carefully. When the heart is activated, it's very, very difficult that my solar plexus chakra, which is the center of lower emotion, is activated as well. If I work through love, if I see things through love, through compassion, the center which holds my stress is going to shrink. Anxiety, stress, reduce. We can never be at the same time happy and happy. We cannot be at the same time stressed and relaxed. This one or that one. This is how the mind works. So when it's the boss, the one that is running the show is the heart chakra, all other negative emotion and negative thoughts are not guiding me, under control. You know what I mean? We're going to have both. We are living in this society that do not allow us to be only extremely happy, continuously on a high peak state. No, we're going to have good moment, that's good moment, but we are trying to, keep a balance between these. When our negative emotions are under control, we feel good, all levels, mentally, spiritually, psychological, and physically as well. This in Twin Hearts meditation, we produce serotonin, which is the hormone of happiness, which is very, very important. Actually, this meditation is going to produce hormone of happiness, is going to activate your heart, and you're gonna really, really feel balanced. All negative thoughts, negative emotions magically disappear. You know how many thoughts do we produce every day? 60,000 thoughts per day. When I first heard that, I was, wow. And I suppose, and I was right, most of these 60,000 thoughts are negative. And we are what we focus on. If we continuously think negatively negative all the time, oh, it's going to happen tomorrow. How can I find a solution for that? Become that. The Twin Hearts meditation is an incredible tool, instrument to bring inner peace, psychological well-being. Practice, you can find it, it's available everywhere, practice every week, online, in all languages. It's something that is going to help you absolutely, absolutely. Now, Hearts meditation, because this is a wellness summit, wellness. So when we talk about wellness, we talk about the key, according with Master Choa Kok Sui and pranic healing, the key of well-being, physical, psychological, and spiritual, is to have energy. Energy is everything. Everything is energy. It's not my words. Most scientists of the world are saying this. What does it mean? That when we vibrate, we measure energy in vibration. When we vibrate low, listen carefully, we attract things, people, and situations of a low vibration. When we raise high our vibration, we are on a high vibration state, we attract things, people, and situations of a high vibration. Say we vibrated low. We have a low vibration. Yes. The time you go up, raise your level of vibration, you will not meet anymore anything that is below you. So anything that is of a lower vibration is going to not be at your level. You're going to meet people, things, and situations of your vibration. Same energy attracts, not different one. So if I am a negative person, I will attract also things, people, and situations of a negative vibration. How do I raise my vibration? Number one, heart meditation. You have to try it. Number two, happy people, positive people. Surround yourself of things that makes you smile, makes you happy. I don't know which one of us is something different, but this was really an exercise for me as well. Starting from what you see in your environment, in your home, in your office. Look at the portrait you have. Look at the clothes you wear, the color you use in your life. It's a question of being aware, play with awareness. If you're not aware of what's going on in your life, there is nothing you can heal, nothing that you can change. Master Choa prioritizes a lot the awareness, also in pranic psychotherapy. It's an important factor for the healing process, be aware of. So, for example, something that creates me a super high state of happiness. So sorry, I am an Italian living in Greece 20 years, but sometimes I'm still like a tourist in Greece, and something that makes me completely happy, which I have, my heart start beating, and I would like, go out from my car and dance, is the Greek dances, is Greek traditional music, something that Greek people, they don't like so much, but me as a tourist here, I love it. So find a song that makes you happy. Find something that is going to create the movement, the beat, the smile on your face. And then ask, what makes my heart sing? What makes me happy? When you start this inner dialogue with yourself, you're going to have answers. I promise you're going to have answers. For example, let's find this. Something should be muted. Thank you. So high vibration, low vibration. What is going to make your vibration low? So many things, Negative, sad movies, violent movies, gossips, complaining. Oh my gosh, complaining is really making our vibrations so low. Let's focus on positive things. Let's not be positive. Let's not focus on things that we don't have. Okay, so let's go to the second technique. Would you like to experiment something which is really powerful? Suppose that now you're saying, yeah, yoo-hoo. So I go ahead. Okay. This technique is called whiteboard, the technique of the whiteboard. I can explain just in a very general, thank you for the yes. I'm going to explain only on a very general level. Okay, but it's going to work. I want all your attention, by the way. This technique, it's used to, let's say, erase something that had happened already, that I would like to change it. Everything that I create in my mind is going to affect the physical world. Let's say I wanna do an example. Let's say that yesterday my daughter came to me and said that she didn't have time to study, and I was very aggressive, and I said, no, this is your priority. It's just an example, okay? It's your priority, you had to study, and I was a bit aggressive. I regret I didn't have to talk it this way. She was feeling hurt. I want to correct this behavior of mine. So each and every day we make mistakes. Master Cho was saying that doing mistakes is life is a process of making a lot of mistakes. So we learn our lesson and we evolve. So we cannot avoid making mistakes, but there is a way, an energetic way to correct our mistakes, so that next time we are in the same situation, we are going to have a different reaction. Interesting. So that in 2 days, my daughter is coming back to me and saying, Mom, I didn't study today. I was feeling sleepy. Even if I think that this is not correct, I'm going to say this in a different way, through love, through compassion, through understanding. I will not hurt her. I'm going to have the same exact result. It's not shouting or being aggressive. Someone is going to listen to me. This is going to my energy level very low. I'm going to make dirty all my energetic centers. I'm going to also affect the other person, because the energy between people is always affecting. It ever happened that you are next to a person which is very happy and you feel happy as well? Why? Because this energy field is affecting you. It happened that somebody is very negative, doesn't speak at all. It's just like that, very serious. I feel uncomfortable. I don't want to go. It happened. It happened because energy is always interpenetrating other energy fields. We have to be very careful. Also with our children, because we can affect them. They are open. They don't have the protection as an adult, for example. Energetically, I'm talking energetically. Let's go to the technique. Yes? I would like you to close your eyes. I would like you to recall something that had happened maybe yesterday or a few days ago, something that you remember very clear. And I want you to play this movie, project this image of you doing something wrong, saying something wrong, behaving in a wrong way, in a way that you didn't like. If you don't have anything like this, just put the word that you would like to erase from your energetic system. Fear, aggressiveness, sadness, anything. Anger, absolutely. Once you project these emotions, this movie, these images of you being unhappy, being aggressive, with a lot of anger, project it on the whiteboard. With your right hand, simply erase it and say loudly or whisper, erase, 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 completely and thoroughly until the whiteboard is completely white. Erase, 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 completely, thoroughly, erase, 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 erase. Now I want you to open your eyes. I want you to close your eyes again. See again the same word on the whiteboard or the same images. And I would ask, how do you feel now that you see this? You should have lost power. What happened is still there. You cannot change it. It happened. You can change how you feel when you think about it. Let's erase it another time. Erase, 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 erase the negative thing. Erase completely, thoroughly, erase, erase, erase. Erase, erase, erase. You should raise your hand and do it. It might be powerful mentally, but still we need to use the hand. Erase, 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 erase. Open your eyes. Close your eyes. See again that negative happening. Tell me if it's powerful on you as well. It's still so alive. You feel uncomfortable thinking of it. Or if it's blurry as the image as well. It's blurry. Because it has been erased from your energetic system. Now, last thing. This is not the whole technique because I'm not allowed to teach the whole techniques. What we learn in from basic to pranic psychotherapy. This was just small tips that you can see how effective it is, pranic healing and pranic psychotherapy. I would like you to close your eyes and I would like you to project the same happening, the same thing, but with a different end of the story. For example, my daughter is coming, she says she didn't sleep, and then I say, okay, sweetie, it doesn't matter, but look, this is very important that you your deadline. I am smiling, I am calm, relaxed, I'm not shouting, I'm not aggressive. How I wanted to behave that time, I'm behaving in the wrong way, my wrong way. So project on the whiteboard the right words, the correct actions, the correct behavior. Smile, because this is what you want to be. This is you. This is the best version of you. You create what you want to be. It doesn't exist. I have this character. I was born like this. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have good news for you. You can change it. Okay, last thing, open your eyes. Close your eyes. Think again, you behaving bad. You will see that you are so far away from what happened. You feel so peaceful. It's so blurry. Sometimes you cannot even recall. When we can change the energy inside your system, it's changed also our behaviors, our psychology. If my energetic system is full of anger, in pranic healing, pranic psychotherapy, we learn the techniques to remove anger, remove sadness. It's not enough. The healer can remove sadness, can do the cleansing and the energy and all the techniques that we do in pranic psychotherapy, but we need in pranic psychotherapy a cooperation of the patient. It's of a vital importance because he needs to practice. You know, pranic healing is a healing method that is going to give you the tools. Use. You take the tools you use in your life. You change your life. It's not a magic wand that anyone comes to you and say, I will heal you from your depression. Only it sounds like a miracle. You have to cooperate for that. You have to work together with your healer. You have to do your part, your homework. Before I say to my patient, you have to do your homework. Very, very small things, but these small changes are gonna create huge, big changes. In our society, it's quite normal, as I said before, that we are governed by lower emotions. Also our kids and our teens, so aggressive. Because at school, they teach them how to be good at maths, biology, to have a sharp mind, to be clever, intelligent. Who's gonna teach us what do we do when we feel fear? Who's gonna teach us what do we do with our emotions? Sorry, we are 20 countries. In Greece, this doesn't happen. In Italy, not even. So it would be amazing if this happened in other countries, but no. So how do I deal with this? Doctor says, if you have stress, if you have anxiety, your hypertension is gonna go up. Oh, thank you, doctor. So he says, don't be stressed. Thank you very much. How am I gonna be stressed? Tell me how. So that's why for me, psychotherapy gives you the tools. Okay, thank you. I don't want to have anxiety. And you gave me the techniques. I apply and anxiety is completely reduced. Thank you. It makes sense for me. So thank you very much.
Hi. Chiara, I'm sorry to interject. Just wanted to ring in if there's any Q&A round you'd want to hold, because we've just got the final 8 to 10 minutes left for your session.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, over to you for the final 8 to 10 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes, if somebody wants to do any question, I'm here. I love questions. When I don't know the answer, I will tell you I don't know the answer. So I'm here. You can, I suppose it's in the chat, yes? But until you don't do question, I continue to talk. I'm waiting for your question. And pranic psychotherapy is also, as I said before, applied to addictions. And as I said, last years, I'm really working hard with patients on for how to break free from sugar addiction and food addiction, which is treated as all other kind of addictions, like alcohol, like smoking. And this is something that has to do with children, with teens, with women, with men. And because it's something so easy to turn to food. Above all, we saw this during the pandemic. We were forced to be closed at home, and the food was our eat, the way to soothe our emotions, what we believe and think. How to become with naughty students? Interesting questions. How to be calm? Calmness, listen carefully. Same energy attracts. If I am a calm person, I have the seed of calmness inside my system, nothing that is in contrast with this stillness and calmness will attach me. When I feel triggered by negative emotion, it is always because this negative emotion is also inside me. When I heard this from my senior, when they told this thing to me, I was so sad. I said, so I have the hunger, so I have the, you know, the resentment. Yes, otherwise you wouldn't feel this between two people. Can I? Sorry, I didn't manage to read. Can I? There was something about stop smoking. I miss it. Sorry. If you can tell me what the happy to reply, but I didn't manage to read. So I have to work on myself. The naughty students, I know how to manage them when my level of energy is high. And when what comes back to them is love, comprehension, kind of embrace, you know. If I have the same energy of my students, there will be conflict. Yes, of course. Can it work with smoking addiction? Addicts, yes. Stop smoking with panic healing. It's only one session. Yes, I take the responsibility for all I say. Okay, yes, it is like this because we did very big campaign with Stop Smoking. It is a protocol of pranic psychotherapy that works on smoking addiction. I was a smoker. I know how it feels. I know it is frustrating. I was suffering so much. So I understand all the people that smoke. And yes, panic healing is really miraculous for Stop Smoking. It's not the same thing with all the other addictions. Okay, it's not one healing. It's one healing only for Stop Smoking. But the prerequisite is that you want to stop smoking. This is the first step. Then all the work is of the healer that applies the protocol. But you need to want to stop smoking. You just don't know how to do it. Just leave it to us. Yes, really, really wow. I'm still surprised. We do daily stop smoking sessions. It's again panic psychotherapy. This is, of course, it plays a big role on our well-being, our wellness. I think that application of panic psychotherapy, you know, sometimes even when people have physical pain, we need to apply panic psychotherapy. This physical pain, most of the time, is connected with emotions that are blocking our energy system. So we need to apply panic psychotherapy to unblock this congestion, this energy that is stuck in there, you know, maybe between two people, you don't know. And then you will see that only applying panic psychotherapy, the physical pain on the shoulder is less, is reduced. And then when you do applying panic healing, advanced panic healing, is even less. So how many minutes do I have? If I have still 5 minutes, I would like to do something else. If I don't have, next time. I love this forum. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be on this virtual stage. It was an honor for me, and I can't wait to learn from all of other speakers, great speakers from 20 countries.
Chiara, thank you very much. Your session, your keynote, the way you rendered it, it felt like our Global Wellness Summit is a melting pot of so many revelations. Like I was the one, you know, in the hindsight, just raising my hand. Yes, I'm addicted to sugar and this is so helpful for me. So thank you.
I was addicted to sugar as well for many since the day I was born. So I know how it feels.
Yes. So yes, guilty of that. But this is such an eye opener of a session, and I'm sure tons of messages that are coming in. You could resonate with the kind of takeaways that our audience is having. So thank you so much. We do have a small little token of appreciation that is baked with a lot of love, a certificate of honor that's going to be showcased digitally on the screens to acknowledge your participation. So please allow us to confer it digitally to you. And while we, of course, clap in the background and thank you for being a part. Thank you very much. Can we please have the digital certificate of honor being shown on the screen?
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see that this is our little way, as they say, the attitude of gratitude is and should be the need of the hour. We will make sure that your presence, our speakers' participation is well valued. On that note, we are all set to march ahead and lead you all into just the next session, which is going to be the big fight? Not really. Well, that's going to be a big discussion and on what exactly. But right before that, right before roping in our conversationalist who would be the moderator for the session and the one who would be steering forward the conversations with all the discussants whom the moderator would be inviting on the stage. So let's have the befitting person do the honors. But just wanted to take a few seconds, although we are just rushing onto our agenda, making sure that we are sticking to the Indian Standard Time right in here when I'm speaking from India. Thank you so much, Sunita, saying that exactly when we speak with positive people, we lose our pain. It is your heart that is talking over the messages. So acknowledging all of that and more, thank you so much. We may not be able to read all the messages, but I'm sure our speakers and all our participants are just keeping a tab onto all the messages that are coming. So thank you so much. Keep the questions, comments, everything coming in. That just feels very, very loved. On that note, let's get set and go as we introduce you to the topic of our panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be about how to curb the rising mental illness. Now, before we invite a session moderator, I'm once again urging our moderator to please make sure that we are sticking to the time limit. Right before 10 minutes of the time allotted, we would try ringing a bell, but please make sure that you are very abreast about the time there as well. Thank you. On that note, roping in, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Komalpreet Kaur, who is the chairperson, Institute of Psychometric Assessment and Counseling, Delhi. Well, this is going to be the penultimate session of our inaugural session, ladies and gentlemen. And allow me to just talk about how Dr. Komalpreet Kaur is not just a psychotherapist. She is a hypnotherapist, a past life therapist, an NLP coach, a Reiki grandmaster, a mind designer, so as to say, a chairperson of the Institute of Psychometric Assessment and Counseling. Very young and dynamic lady with 17 years of experience in conducting psychometric assessment, counseling, and intervention programs all at the same time. I think it will be, in a way, she's just the befitting person to extract those inimitable bites from our, our panelists who are going to be joining us on the screens, because she is a qualified and a very experienced psycho-spiritual healer. Dr. Komalpreet has an insatiable urge, ladies and gentlemen, to so beautifully heal the people on the physical, mental, and spiritual levels. Well, we can't wait to greet you and say like a big namaste and a very, very warm welcome to you. Can we please welcome Dr. Komalpreet Kaur with a very good round of cheer? And all the warm messages on the chats are welcome as well. Thank you. All my participants could be seen clapping. I think it would be a great idea if you can open your cameras and, give your virtual attendance. And I think Dr. Komalpreet would be very happy to see you there as well. Over to you. I should really shut my mouth now. Over to you. Dr. Komalpreet Kaur, if you could just unmute yourself, I think we could hear you talk. We could see you talking. All right, let's go.
Yeah, now I'm audible.
Absolutely loud and clear. So good to see you.
Perfect. Thank you, Shikha, for introducing me so beautifully. So first of all, I'm feeling very honored and grateful, and at the same time excited to be a part of this Global Wellness Summit 2022. Not many things to learn from so many speakers over 3 days of span. Like, I'm really grateful for that. And today we are going to talk about mental health and how to curb the rising mental illness. Mental health is as important as physical health, but people often ignore their mental health and keep on struggling in silence. As per World Health Organization, around 20% of world's children and adolescents have a mental health condition, with suicide the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29 years old. Approximately 1 in 5 people, they are suffering from anxiety, depression, and so on. So today, to discuss about this crucial topic, we have 3 great speakers with us as a panelist. So first, I would like to introduce Mr. Ross Swan. Ross Swan is a CEO of Orient Human Capital Private Limited, Singapore. He is a dynamic speaker with outstanding communication, presentation, training, team building, and interpersonal skills. He designs, develops, and delivers innovative training presentations for groups ranging from few individuals to many hundreds. Wow. Ross currently mentors MBA students at Queensland University of Technology and has served their performance management consulting panel and provided consulting to the Australian government. So welcome Mr. Ross Swan to this forum. Then next we have with us Ms. Dina Rafailova. Dina Rafailova was born and raised in Bulgaria, but currently lives in Florida, USA. Her professional interests are focused in the area of educational reformation, whole child approach, and research-based education. Her current research focus is directed towards counteracting the mental health effects on children from the COVID-19 pandemic. She believes in universal mental health education and prevention for children throughout their formal schools years and aims to direct her career in this direction. Lovely. So welcome Ms. Diana Rifilova to this forum. And then we have a third panelist of the day, that is Hardiana Devi Narfika. She is a CEO and founder of Bliss Education Center and HTN Staff. Certified TESOL, TESOL by Arizona State University, USA. Certified NLP practitioner by American Union of NLP. Certified life coach. Certified sound wave healing therapy practitioner. Certified meditation teacher. Certified energy and boundaries practitioner. Lovely. Mental health advocate, international speaker and author. As a mental health advocate, in 2020, you would be surprised that she had made a community called Pull Empower. Wow. A community to empower well-being by pulling the information that she provides on social media. So I welcome all the three panelists for this super discussion that we are going to have on this, how to curb the rising mental illness. So my first question is from Mr. Swan. As you have, the experience of corporate sector, I would like to ask you, like, according to you, what are the reasons for this rising mental illness? Mr. Swan, over to you.
Yes, interesting question. And it certainly is rising. I hope people can hear me because I've got a bad reception. It's dropping in and out. Well, I'll continue and hopefully you'll get my recording, my words. Look, it is rising, and I think there's a couple of reasons for this. I mean, firstly, I'm told by my grey hair. I've been around a long time, which meant when I go back to my youth, for example, my frame of reference was just very closely around me. People at school, people probably at church, people at sport, but a very small frame of reference. And you dealt with issues on a day-to-day basis in that respect. Today, the frame of reference is global. It's not just within a couple of kilometres, because back then, to read the news or see something happening would take days to get to you if you decided to read the news. But now it's in everyone's face all day. It's in their ears all day. So that's, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But getting back to that simplistic time, one main reason, basically, there was no awareness so much then. We say about little awareness now. There's even very little awareness back then. It wasn't something we talked about, and it wasn't something we actually knew about. So therefore, it was never thought about. So if a child or one of your friends is getting a bit quiet, or they're just sulking or something like that. It was never, gee, what's their problem? Like we never thought about that. It's more like, suck it up, kid. You'll be right, and just keep walking. You don't want to be sulked for too long. I mean, that's the type of attitude we had back then. And I guess also, once something was diagnosed, it wasn't really spoken about, because there's a stigma now, but a far greater stigma back then. Exceptionally, for people never talked about it, and that's probably the reason. So now we get back into the present day, and it's growing, but particularly to me, it's compounding, and you see it with the youth suicide rates, because a lot of that can be contributed to, in my way of thinking, is just social media. I mean, getting back to when I'm younger, right? I'm judged. I've done something wrong, or someone's belittling me or bullying me. That's one or two people, and you can deal with it a bit better because this is the local class bully. But in social media, you can have thousands of people bullying you every day. See, the difference is so much greater, and the youth rely on the social media to interact, And if you're being bullied in such a volume, that really, really drives you to having issues, to distraction. And then when you look at the mental illness in the workforce, the pressure to perform is so much greater, and the speed by which performance has to happen is so much greater, and therefore that pressure then gets built up as well. So you feel as though you're being judged more than what you once was judged. So in essence, that's the reason for the growth. It's just the continual growing of the world and the continual pressure we face at school, from social media, and at work to perform. So hopefully that's explained it all and you all heard everything I said.
Right, right. So as you said that, economic wellness, is also affected by this mental health problem. So how do mental health problems affect the economic performance of a country?
Well, it was mentioned by the speaker just before. I mean, when you've got challenges like that, it's a negative emotion. You can't be positive. You need to be calm, etc., etc. Right? So when you're struggling with mental illness, it's a negative. And when it's negative, you can't produce and perform to your optimum. So that slows down industry. And you slow down industry, you slow down the economic well-being of a country. It's just what happens. It just slows it down. It's like a wheel that's badly needs an oil. It's just squeakingly bumbling along because it's not quick enough anymore, because people are basically going at a slower pace. And that's not everyone, don't get me wrong, but you only need a few people slow, or a slow wheel on a wagon of four, it slows the wagon down. It causes problems. And to me, that's the challenge with the economic well-being of countries. It's not just an isolated problem. It affects business dramatically because it slows business down. I mean, and the amount of, when you extrapolate that out to the remedies or solutions people find in mental illness, they turn to alcohol, they turn to smoking more, they turn to things that really slow them down even further. So it's one of those issues that, well, I guess it's a problem for all politicians, but it's a problem for industry, and it is being taken now to the front page of most HR managers as how do we manage the mental awareness and the mental capacity of our staff. How do we improve it? How do we improve their wellness? So they're trying to focus on it now. That's the first step. But you've got to put it into action. We don't just talk about it. It must be actionable items. And I do spend a lot of time now when I coach the executives I work with, and some of those issues that always comes up in the conversation. One is, how are they feeling? But secondly, how are your staff feeling? It's a common discussion now, where once it probably wasn't so much. It's more about the process. Now we're talking more about the people and how are they feeling? How are you connecting with those people to understand why they're a little bit quieter? And particularly over COVID, when they're not even under the same roof, they're all scattered and only connect via meetings like this. It's harder to maintain, harder to connect with them, because you must connect. And one of the biggest challenges now for business is having leaders to have the ability to connect with people, because it's that connectivity that helps solve the problem.
Well, great. Thank you, Ross, for sharing this, a deep insight on the economic wellness and how mental health problems are affecting the economic performance of the country. I will get right back to you. Then, Diana, as you are working in the area of mental health and children, right? So my question to you is, Like, what are the common health problems, mental health problems in children, especially after COVID-19 pandemic? What are the problems that you can see, common mental health problems in children? Would like you to please throw a light on the same.
So the mental health problems in children before the pandemic and after are basically the same, just the size of it is way bigger. So the children had mental health problems were on the rise before the pandemic, and the pandemic just amplified it so much. Like Ross mentioned over here, the social media, the use of social media was so much bigger during that time, and the negative effects that this was bringing, like the bullying, suicide rates went up the roof, and it was actually those problems that provoked a lot of research. Thankfully, there's a lot of studies done all over the world, and unfortunately, it's reported the same thing everywhere. So it's rising depression, anxiety, stress, of course, and mainly mood and behavioral disorders, ADHD. The ADHD is specifically linked to social media because the concentration is destroyed through social media, and this get the rise of ADHD on the roof. But also, American Academy of Pediatrics in the fall of 2021 declared national emergency on children's mental health here in the United States. And the reason they did that was based on the hospitalizations for mental health related illnesses with children. It was so much that they had to declare a national emergency. And the main concern was that children that ended up in the emergency, in the ER, for suicidal reasons or mental breakdowns, this was the first time they actually had any mental help. This was the alarming part, that they never got to be examined or treated for any mental health illness until it was already too late, and until it was an emergency situation. So they were alarming everybody who has anything to do with children to try to focus their efforts on trying to curb that mental illness that's on the rampant among our children. And when you think about it, children are surrounded by adults who have mental health problems and stress-related disorders based on the whole experience of the pandemic, that the uncertainty that was going on around the world. And they don't have, we teach by example, they don't have healthy examples to learn from. They missed that. They missed those stable adults that can help them. And it's interesting to know that it's illogical too, but a lot of studies around the world note that the mediating link about the effects of the pandemic on children, on children's mental health, is the caregiver. So how the caregiver was able to react to the whole situation, how they were able to bring coping mechanism into action. This is what was determining the consequences for children to a big extent. And of course, teachers, as they are part of the adults that influence children on a daily basis. But the mental health illnesses are the same as before. Just the rise is so much huge and exponential everywhere. In all studies around the world, it's reporting the same thing.
Right. As you said, Diana, you also talked about national emergency related to children that has been put forth by the government of your country. That is really, really, really a brilliant action that has been taken by the government of USA, because it is indeed a need of an hour. Because after pandemic, like COVID-19 pandemic has affected all over globe, like mental health is at stake. So thank you, Diana, for your valuable inputs on this question. We'll be right back to you with the next question of mine. But over to you, Hardiana, Hardiana Devi Nurfika, what can be done to end the stigma surrounding mental health? Because we have seen many times people prefer to, suffer in silence rather than taking help because they have a stigma that is surrounded their mental health. So what can be done to end the stigma?
Okay, thank you so much for the question, Mom. First of all, I'd love to express my gratitude to the organizers, speakers, panelists, moderators, and all participants. I hope I'm audible enough because it's heavy raining now in here. So stigma surrounding mental health is the result of ignorance and fear of the unknown. And when it comes to mental illness, people tend to be quick to judge without knowing the facts. And this is where educations come in. It is important to establish a dialogue about mental illness in order to break down barriers and stereotypes that prevent people from seeking help. And isolation plays a major role in perpetuating stigma. So by encouraging talk and conversation, we can begin to change the way we view mental illness and breaking down the walls between those who have been diagnosed with mental illness and those who have not can go a long way in removing the stigma associated with. So when there are no longer barriers, then those with mental illness will no longer feel isolated or alone. And the media also has a big part in perpetuating stigma around mental health. And as most stories about individuals, mental illness focus on their violent episodes rather than on their actions when they are not symptomatic. Because the media tends to simplify these stories for viewers, which can result in further stigmatization of sufferers of mental illness. And violence should be covered just as much as depression or anxiety is covered, but with more emphasis placed on the positive aspects of these individuals' lives while they are not symptomatic. So we all feel stressed sometimes, and we are busy trying to balance work, family, friends, fitness, and more. But for some of us, the stress becomes overwhelming and start to impact our everyday lives. So while it's hard to imagine how it could be much worse than the stress we already live with, the reality is that there are millions of people out there who suffer from mental issues, ranging from anxiety, depression, to post-traumatic stress disorder, schizophrenia, and bipolar disorder. So these conditions can be devastating to individuals as well as their families and loved ones. While there are plenty of charities out there that raise awareness during Mental Health Awareness Month or during other times of the year, it's important to start talking about mental illness at any time of year. Because this is not an issue that can be solved by talking about it once a year or raising a few dollars for a new awareness charity, for example. It is a complex conditions that will take time, money, and effort to improve. And one way to do that is by helping people understand what mental illness really is and what people who suffer from it go through every day. And when we talk about mental health with friends and family members, we can help dispel the myths and stereotypes about these conditions that may keep others from getting help when they need it. Thank you.
Great, Nurfika. As you said, like awareness is very important, but yes, definitely the fear of being judged by the society or by the family members, that is one thing that actually keeps them away from taking this, support for the mental health. My next question to you, Mr. Swan, as Nurfika has said, there are many stigmas which are actually preventing people from taking help in this sector. According to you, what are the challenges that we are facing right now within this mental health sector?
Well, there certainly is still a stigma. I've no doubt about that. The one saving grace there, it is becoming more accepted as, let's say, like a common problem, like a cold. If not that that's quite the same, but people are accepting it more. Where once they weren't. They thought you were a bit strange to be mentally have a mental challenge or some sort of illness there. But now, okay, yes, you have. Okay, so they accept it more. So that's one little plus. But the challenge I see for the health sector is the trouble is it's growing. Mental illness is growing. It's not diminishing, and the fact it's growing. And it takes time to heal people. You can't just give them an aspirin and send them home. It takes time and it's growing. So it's how do we cope with that? How do we isolate and find the 15-year-old who's struggling by the time we get to that 15-year-old, they've jumped off a building. Like, that's the sort of the challenge that they have. Now, and to me, it's reactionary too. We need to get proactive. We need to be proactive. The industry needs to be proactive. And that's not just the health sector. That's schools, that's industry. It's everyone needs to be proactive. Now, there's a recent survey I was just reading the other day in the US, the Murdoch Children's Research Institute conducted a survey on these challenges across the globe. And one of the things they were looking at is, how do we proactively prevent, not just react to things? Yes, we've got to react, but how do we proactively prevent? And one of them, what their finding was throughout the different high schools, et cetera, across the globe, was the fact that if they had connectedness, now, in other words, the school to connect with the students, that is, the teachers connect with the students. And that's no different in industry. We keep saying to leaders, you must connect with your people. It's all about that connection. You're not talking at people, you're talking with them. You're having conversations that are real, not just barking orders. Or you're teaching, you're not just throwing information at students, you're talking with them a bit more. And one of my my high horse I get onto is the fact that we need to be teaching self-leadership. Parents need to be teaching it. Teachers need to be teaching it, not as a separate subject. It needs to be inculcated in every subject they speak of. You're looking at ways to grow the self-esteem of young people. And the more we can do that, the more we're going to prevent some of the challenges that we have today. But there again, a teacher, for example, can't teach necessarily self-leadership if they can't lead themselves, because they don't know what they're talking about. So you need teachers to really stand up and learn and understand how best to manage themselves and how to build their own self-esteem. So they've got this self-esteem, because once you have a healthy self-esteem, you can teach it to others. If you haven't, you can't teach it. So it has to start with those small little areas, and we need to just grow it. It's not going to happen very quickly, but we need to prevent it, not just keep reacting to it.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Swan, for this insightful learning on the challenges that we are facing right now within the mental health sector. And yes, definitely, like a proactive action is important to work on these challenges. And as you said that parents' roles are very important, Diana, my question to you is like, what are the warning signs of mental illness in children?
Yes, so as Ross mentioned over here, the prevention and fast reaction as soon as any signs are noticed is the best way we can do. What he said is we should, and I agree 100% with that, we should focus our attention towards prevention so we don't have to deal with the consequences after that. We can prevent them from happening. So the main warning signs, there's like 3 major signs in children, and those are social withdrawal, academic decline, and change in functioning. But in order for those to be observed, there has to be an attentive teachers, like he mentioned, and attentive parents. We need them to have education and to also be able to observe, because any parent would be able to notice a change, a drastic change in their child. But if the change is very subtle, then that parent's attention need to be there. They need to be present every day, not being all in their head, stressed out, or thinking about their jobs and distracting in general. So there's also other signs that present in children that are more ambiguous and not so drastic, like social withdrawal or academic decline. Physical symptoms, for example, there could be headaches, stomach aches. This is how depression manifests itself in children, with irritability, not with sadness, but irritability and physical symptoms, often regular headaches and stomach aches. This could be a sign, but it could be a sign of anything else. So this proactive parent that it's proactive and addresses every single symptom that shows up in itself that wasn't there before, this is the way to go. Of course, behavioral and mood swings, anger manifestation, negative thoughts about self or others, that could be a very big warning sign that something is already working there. So the main thing that parents and teachers can do is be observant about those. But how can they be observant? Well, they need education. They need to know what to look for, because a stomachache or academic decline often can be related to ADHD because of the lack of concentration, but it can be related to other things that are not so severe, not so serious. And parents and teachers not taking action when those first signs manifest because of the stigma that's out there. And I believe there's also fear associated with the stigma of how my child is going to have something like that. Like, no, it's that fear of something, of diagnosis, of something solid. Otherwise, maybe it's just temporary. You can brush it off like that. Maybe it's going to improve. Maybe it's just a transition, stress, this and that. And parents and teachers tend to give excuses instead of actively looking for help. So education about those warning signs is very important. I believe teachers and parents should be educated on a yearly basis. They need to be refreshed with the newest information, with the newest research studies, what is going on with our children, because they're the adults that help those children.
Right, Dana. Because as you said, like awareness of parents are very important, like through various modes, maybe by newspaper or maybe through organizing various webinars, various workshops, but it's a time that we need to educate parents so that they can spot the signs, any sign that you have discussed right now. If they are observing any sign, it is recommended to seek professional help for their child, for their teen immediately. Thank you, Diana, for sharing this valuable input. So, Ms. Nurfika, like the mind is very powerful thing. It can make you or it can break you. So how can we promote mental well-being in school? As Dana has said, like awareness is very important. So how can we promote mental well-being in school?
Okay, so actually many students today struggle with stress, depression, and anxiety connected to schoolwork. And the biggest factor that causes this is the pressure that students have to perform well academically. Students have to get good grades, they have to get into a good college, and they have to get a good job when they graduate. And with all this pressure on them, some students lose sight of what is important in life and end up struggling with their mental health as a result. And when it comes to promoting mental well-being, it's important for students not to leave their mental health solely up to themselves. And an example of this is peer support groups, where students can come together to talk about how they are feeling and help each other through difficult times. And mental health professionals could also visit schools regularly for talks about self-care, maintaining healthy lifestyle, so students know how to take care of themselves mentally as well as physically. The other good thing, I think that one way to promote mental well-being in the school is by teaching students about the mind and how it functions in relation to their physical health. One of my favorite programs it's called Resilience U, which was started by Dr. Rick Hansen and Dr. Richard Mandus. So Hansen and Mr. Mandus are both experts in neuropsychology, meaning that they study the brain, behavior, and mental illness. And the program that they created provides students with information on how their brain works and what they can do to help keep their brains healthy and avoid stressors that could lead to mental disorders such as depression, anxiety, or bipolar disorder. And I feel like this program is extremely effective because it doesn't just tell students what they should do, but it teaches them why they should do it. And it also tells students what they shouldn't do, which I think is important because most people find it easier to avoid something than do something new. And it also gives students the tools to maintain their mental health throughout their lives by offering online articles, videos, exercise, and even games that teach them how to stay mentally fit. And in addition, I think teachers need support as well so that they can help their students better cope with schoolwork and develop positive thinking patterns. So teachers also need to know how to spot signs that a student may be having trouble coping so they can overcome it. And in the first place, teachers need to have training in the specific subject. I think that's how we can try to develop a good mental well-being at the school.
Great. Thank you, Norfika. As you said, like awareness is very important in this area, especially, we need to educate teachers regarding this. So Diana, my question to you is, how can parents and teachers support the child to cope with the mental illness? Like roles and responsibilities of parents and roles and responsibilities of teachers, and what kind of training do we need to provide to teachers? Even as well as to parents.
If I have to say one word, it's gonna be, we need a universal specific training, not just awareness, not just a workshop that gives them the information. We need emotional intelligence training, mental health training for teachers, parents, and children. I believe that children need, in every grade, every child needs to have a class that educates them on emotional awareness, emotional intelligence, how they can deal. And this is currently missing from all schools. Nobody ever teaches children how to deal with themselves. They don't know. They grow up, they graduate school and go out into the life not knowing how to cope. So teaching coping strategies, this is a huge, huge help. There's effective, easy, and free strategies that can help. Tools, mindfulness, gratitude practice, meditation. Those are 5-minute a day things that everybody can do, but everybody needs to teach that child how to do it. It has to be teachers or parents that have to not only talk about it, but demonstrate it in their life. They have to be able to show by example how it's done. So they have to be emotionally regulated themselves and then give it to the child. So this is a big thing, the coping strategies, because dealing with mental health illness, it's not easy for anyone. But imagine a child whose brain is still developing. The brain is still not fully functioning. The prefrontal cortex finishes developing in the 25, when a child is 25 years of age. Until then, their brain is still a work in progress. So in order for them to support that brain development, it has to be done in a healthy way. The environment has to be healthy, in school, at home as well. Also, the physical side should not be neglected as well. Exercise, proper food, enough sleep. All children are undersleep. They have sleep deprivation. A child, depending on the age, but average, they have to have like 10 hours of sleep at night. When do they get that? They come from school, they're overscheduled with after school activities, then they go home, they write homeworks until the evening, they go to sleep exhausted, wake up exhausted, go to school, and over on the meal. They don't have even time, maybe some gaming or social media, which is not actually the positive things they can do in their lives. So introducing those positive small tools like meditation, mindfulness, and a gratitude practice, it can start the day and finish the day with that. 5 minutes. Or a gratitude journal. What are you grateful for? Focus their attention into the positive instead of the negative consequences of the mental illness they're dealing with. It's all in the mind, and it's the focusing on the mind that has to be directed in a positive way. They are children, they don't know, but it is the adult's responsibility. Everybody that has anything to do with the child, it's their responsibility to try and direct their attention towards the positive focus of the child. This can be even the neighbor, because they need to see those examples everywhere they go. They need to see it in the store, they need to see it in school, at home, everywhere. And this is a challenge for us as a society, to be able to direct our own minds in a positive way, to be able to use those free available tools for us so we can give it to our children as well.
Right, Diana, as you said, Like when parents and teachers themselves are filled with so many things in their mind, they themselves are struggling from anxiety, depression, then how can they help their kids to remain mindful, to enjoy that meditation process? So in itself, like it's a combination of the entire society, because every person is serving as a role model in front of
Yes.
a child. Right, great. So, Nurfika, like I
Or,
want you to please.
Dr. Kaur, sorry to interject. Just wanted to quickly remind you because we've just the last final sort of 10 minutes to go. Would you want to
Okay,
also invite
great.
questions from the audience as
Perfect.
you also prepare for the wrap-up innings?
Right, please. Okay, great. So, Nurfika will just, quickly wind up this answer. Like, I just want you to please share some tips to boost mental health. Magical tips, you can say, like magical tips to boost mental health.
Okay, am I audible right now? Okay.
Yes.
So everyone has their own mental well-being, and sometimes it's hard to keep up with it. And Ms. Diane already mentioned some good points to mental well-being, and I've got to remind 4 tips that actually related to it. First, get your 8 hours of sleep, because sleep is one of the most important aspects of your mental health, and you will be much alert and happier if you get the proper rest. And also don't forget to take a nap, even if you need it. And second is eat healthy. Eating healthy can often make you feel better about yourself and how you feel that day. And it also gives you energy to tackle the task at hand rather than feeling drained by unhealthy foods. And make sure that you are eating properly. If you're going out, for example, to events, party every night, it's easy to forget to eat and then get hungry. So don't let yourself get that point, because making sure that you are staying nourished so that your moods don't start swinging all over the place because of low blood sugars. Third is take care of your body. Don't forget to exercise. A lot of people think they don't have time to exercise, but that's not true. Make time in your schedule every day to do some sort of physical activity, because you will feel healthier, happier when you do it. And don't forget, exercise release endorphins that make you feel better and gives you more energy and focus throughout the day. It's not only about get sweat, get sexy, get healthy, but it's also help you to focus on doing the tasks that you have to get done in a day. And yeah, make it fun. Don't make exercise and healthy eating an obligation, or do it because you should. Find things you enjoy doing and mix them in with your regular routine, like walking or taking dance lessons together as a family, or trying new recipes together as a family, or maybe with your friends, with your best friends, and create routines of that, because routine help keep our minds focused on what is important rather than all the other things that are actually flying through all our heads at all the times. And the last one is meditate, because yeah, we all know that meditation has been shown to improve moods and decrease stress levels in the brain, which can only be a good thing for your mental health. Even just 5 minutes a day, like Miss Diane already said, it can really make a huge difference in how you feel throughout the rest of the day. We live in a digital age where you can find any guided simple meditation on YouTube. You can just simply grab your earphone instead of listening something, or maybe scrolling for an hour on social media. It's really important to take or to learn also about the time management, so you can really invest your time wisely. Yeah, it seems like easy to spend maybe an hour, 2 hours on scrolling social media, but you feel like you don't have time. 5 minutes for meditation, it's really actually easy to do, as long as you know that exactly your body need that, your brain need that, your mind need that. So you can try to do those things. I think that's all. I'm giving back to the moderator.
Great. Thank you, Nurfika. Basically, I'll just quickly wrap this up.
If I just may add something,
Yeah,
sunlight.
please, Diana.
Sunlight, it's very important to be outside in the sun. The vitamin D we get from the sun has huge effect on our mood and our health. So for us and for children, it's important to go outside.
True. Spending time with
Totally
nature.
agree. Gates, time
Yeah.
in nature. Walk among
Yes, nature can be a great therapist as well.
trees, hear the
Yeah.
birds. It's
Nature
magic.
itself has a healing capacity,
Yes.
right? Okay. So, optimum sleep, meditation, mindfulness, Vitamin D, it means going out in sunlight, gratitude, spending time in nature, physical activity. So these are the things that we have to incorporate in our daily life. And then mental health will remain happy, because if physical health is happy, mental health will be happy, right? Because mental health and physical health, they both are interrelated. So now from the audience, would you like to ask any question from any of our panelists? You are most welcome to ask.
I would like to comment just on this last one, that focus should be on progress, not on the pain, and
Yes.
positive psychology. It's the newest field of psychology, and this is what they decided to, that's the big thing, the big revolution they created. They decided, instead of focusing on what's wrong with people, how about we focus on what's right with people? Maybe this could be helpful. And then this is for the past 20 years, so many studies have been done that show that this actually can help people cure and get out of mental illness, because their focus is so much changed. It's focused on what's working in their life, on gratitude, on being able to change their perspective about things, has tremendous healing effects.
Great, 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 great. Mind is very powerful. It can create you or it can break you. Choice is all yours, how we are using it, right? So anyone is having any question from the audience? Yes, Sunita Fulkar, the question of Sunita Fulkar is that there is too much of pressure in the private sector. Mr. Swan, I would like you to please, respond to her question. Like, there is too much pressure in the private sector. What can be done in this area?
Well, there again, exactly the same as what we've been talking about. I mean, when I'm coaching leaders, I was just smiling when you're all saying that, because that's exactly I've got to teach them to lead themselves first, and leading yourself first is doing those things, spending a bit of time somehow in nature for a bit, mindfulness, being calm, even sitting there for 5 minutes and deep breathing, whatever we need to do, that has to start. So once that starts with them, then they're putting less pressure on the people around them. But you can't be putting pressure on it. You've got to try. You can't lower the pressure of people around you if your own pressure is still high. It's like anything. It's got to start with yourself. Everything starts with yourself, and that's been said today. And yes, there are a lot of pressures in work, but it starts with the leadership. And all I can say is I've got a lot of work ahead of me, because that's always a challenge. But thankfully, it's changing slowly with certain companies now, where the focus is not so much on the share price. It's now focusing on the well-being of people, because they understand that if people are well, they're more motivated. If they're more motivated and they're enjoying themselves, they're more effective in their work. So that's what they're starting to realise, but it'll take a long time to get that really happening across all industries and across all companies. But we're working on it.
Great. Yeah, great, Mr. Swan. It means we have to prepare ourselves how to deal with that pressure, right? So to curb this rising mental illness, it is important that all the stakeholders to work together towards mental health, reshape the environment that influences mental health, and strengthen the system that take care of mental health. So with this, I'm winding up today's session. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you to all the speakers, and thank you, Global Wellness Summit, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, Shikha.
Dr. Komalpreet, thank you. We have a heart of gratitude towards all the seasoned minds who spoke to us and really in ways more than one allayed our fears, our doubts around this this topic that we keep speaking about, but there's so much more that you enlightened us with. I would request you to remain on the screen, because we would like to also render thank you to you in the form of the certificate of honor that would be presented to each one of you. We are going to be starting with presenting it to our very respected panelists. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Ross Swan. Thank you very, very much for your participation and all the insights, the nuances that you spoke about. On that note, very shortly, we would also be saying thank you to Dinah. Dinah, thank you very, very much. Whatever you spoke about, really hitting the heart of how do we tackle and go about, talking about mental illness, felt very, very humbling and useful at the same time. Thank you very much. A lot of comments could be very, very relatable to the talk that you were making. Diana, thank you very much to you as well. And please do accept our greetings and our thank you in the form of the certificate that we are presenting to you as well. And on that note, of course, the one who really sort of held the fort together. A big, big thank you to you, Dr. Komalpreet Kaur. Thank you very much. You did such a fine job at being the moderator, making sure that just the right conversations did happen. So as the experts already did make the talk, I think it is time that we should definitely be marching ahead in our agenda as we are just towards the last leg of our inaugural session, ladies and gentlemen. And we go ahead with doing a presentation right after we are done with presentation of this digital certificates of honor to all our panelists and of course our moderator. Thank you once again. And this final presentation, ladies and gentlemen, that's coming up on your screens very shortly, just the final one in the inaugural, would be spearheaded and would be taken care by an actress, a philanthropist from Mumbai, India, who's going to be joining us. She's going to be talking about how emotional literacy is really the need of the hour. Well, to talk about this speaker, well, to all the wellness enthusiasts who are watching us, keep those comments coming in and raining in. That feels, like I said, all the good vibes. So on that note, I'm going to be introducing our next speaker. Like I said, she is someone who's renowned as an actor, a model, an anchor, a philanthropist, the president of Women Power Association, works in Bollywood TV commercials, is also a print model. Well, you name it and you have it. So, it is just so mesmerizing to see such a powerhouse of talent in the house today, right at the inaugural session. And there's so much to learn. Well, talking about our speaker, she's one of the 700 dignitaries in the world to write tribute message in Nelson Mandela tribute book, really, House of Commons, UK, along with a few dignitaries to name, who are President Barack Obama, PM Tony Blair, and many renowned dignitaries. I think it is a privilege and it is indeed a very happy moment. So let's get into the happy chappy vibes, ladies and gentlemen, and hand over the stage to Archana Sharma, welcoming you with a thunderous round of cheer. A very, very warm welcome and a very good evening to you. Archana, hi, we could see you, but we'll request you to unmute yourself. I know we've all gone to our, on the ground in-person days. So we just need to, come back to the virtual world because, like I said, digital mix is inclusive. Very, very warm welcome to you. So delighted to see you.
Thank you so much for this warm welcome. I'm truly humbled and honored to be here on this wonderful platform. And my heartiest congratulations to all the wonderful speakers, to the listeners who have so well expressed their views and imparted education, which is a need of the hour. And my sincere apologies. I was trying to technically connect at my speculative time, but as I'm shooting outside of Mumbai, so I'm having a lot of technical problems. So
completely understand. And you are such a hustler and for all the good reasons. We are so proud of you.
Thank you so much for this lovely introduction. And I feel so honored and privileged that I'm here to express my few thoughts about emotional literacy, which is the need of the hour to be spoken about, a subject which needs to be understood a subject which needs to be made aware about to children from the childhood education. So because I believe that power of emotional literacy is, emoting your emotions, because the whole universe is connected with emotions. And emotional literacy is, it involves having self-awareness. It talks about, recognition of your own feelings and knowing how to manage them. Because what happens, like, for example, we have a small fight, so we immediately know what emotion we need to react with. And emotional literacy is basically an ability to express our emotions, our feelings, using in speech, using in reading, and other forms of communication. So I feel that, for any communication, for any kind of perfectness in our feelings, we need to have emotional literacy as a key factor in our life, which should be a part of our system wherever we are. And another aspect to importance of emotional literacy is that it gives us the tool to understand each other's emotions. It's not only that about me, it's also about everyone. So emotional literacy also involves around, feelings of not only about yourself but also about others. And I think it's very important that we have the ability to identify, understand our emotions from other person aspect also, and the other person also gets connected to our emotion, which makes life a little more simpler and easier. And emotions are the ones that drive our actions. So I think the three benefits which I look at as emotional intelligence is, is it allows us for a better communication, it allows us for a better teamwork, and we can adapt to the change, and it is the um, strongest tool that we can have a growth to our careers. And also it is an ability to make things easier and not make it complicated, because we have the ability to understand what the other person is going through, and we are able to express, and the other person is able to communicate to us for the feeling that we have. And I think that it is the feature and the most important aspect of life, and it is a universal literacy that we all need to be addressed to on the root level. And also we need to understand that how important it is in today's life, which is a full stressful life. We are so busy, we don't have any time management, we are not connected with each other in relationships. So I think emotional literacy helps also build a good relationship, not only between our families but also between the society, so which helps in the growth, development, and a steadiness in our life characters, in our personalities. So I think the key to emotional literacy is that we impart it to each and everyone from the childhood level. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, I think I've expressed my thoughts, and I've also shared a PowerPoint presentation, which I would like to, talk about is that, the conclusion I would like to give on emotional literacy is that we should not only think about education, we should also think about handling ourselves in emotional way also. So I think I've completed all in my little small summary and a note that this is what I feel about importance of emotional literacy and what benefit it has and how it can help our lives run on a smoother note. Thank you so much for having me here and hearing me out.
Archana, thank you very, very much. And it is this moment that we would also like to acknowledge your presence with sharing a digital certificate that we would like to present to you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, so this is from the team to you. So thank you for being our guest speaker and for being a part. And in a very vivid, crisp manner, following the brevity, speaking to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm truly humbled and thankful for this honor which has come to me from all you beautiful people. And I pray that we all live as one human family and we spread a message of loveness, oneness to the future generation, which is going to come and follow our footsteps. Thank you so much, everybody, and God bless everyone.
Thank you. That really felt heartfelt, and thank you for making us, deal with this emotional roller coaster that we keep saying. So thank you for your quick thoughts on that. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, of course, this calls for a wrap at the inaugural session, but the discussions will continue and the conversations will keep brimming as we just have risen the curtains. It's the curtain raiser at the Global Wellness Summit 2022, which you know is a 3-day event from starting today until the 4th December, organized jointly by the Indian Forum of Educators and Global Wellness Forum. There is a lot more that is coming on your platter. So all you wellness enthusiasts, definitely gear up and don't forget to express love to yourself, right? Thank you very much to all the listeners and viewers who are smiling there and spreading a good cheer, making sure that the thought of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam and how we are in this together, making sure that the wellness quotient is kept intact, is kept just primemost on the agenda of living this beautiful life, of which we are grateful for. Thank you very, very much. On that note, of course, our respective hosts would take over for the rest of the sessions. I wish you a very, very happy rest of the summit. Thank you to our speakers, all of them, for sticking by and being there. I could see our co-convener also being there, Dr. Yolanda. Thank you very much, and everybody else, thank you again. Have a happy one.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, right now we are going to be handing over the strings of the conversation as you're looking forward with very anticipated eyes as to what's cooking, what's coming up next. Well, Manjari, my dear, if you're around, we would love to hand over, hi, wow, you look so vibrant and dressed in a beautiful sari. Definitely giving us good sari goals. Good to see you. And I think you would be, we would like to hand over the responsibility to you. Over to you. Manjari, you want to just unmute yourself and speak to all of us.
Yeah. Thank you, Shikha. Good evening, each and everyone present over here. Breath, let go and remind yourself that this very moment is the only one you know you have for sure. And that's why self-care is how you take your power back. Let's welcome the keynote speaker of the second session, who is seasoned business leader with 30+ years of work experience in the hospitality industry, Dr. Robert Thompson. Let's welcome Dr. Robert Thompson with mindful smiles and our thumbs up to wish him the best. Thank you so much, everyone. He will be guiding us on the topic, why is self-care so difficult to practice? May I introduce you, sir? Currently, Dr. Thompson is Assistant Professor of Business for the School of Business at William Carey University, where he teaches marketing, international business, and organizational behavior. Dr. Thompson is a certified hotel administrator with the American Hotel and Lodging Association and holds a tourism marketing professional certification through the Southeast Tourism Society. He has his MBA in hospitality and tourism from the prestigious University of Guelph in Canada and received his PhD in human capital development from the University of Southern Mississippi. Sir, you serve on the advisory board for the Indian Forum of Educators, editorial board for GRD journals, and the international advisory board for the Naples Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Management, as well as serve on the board of governors of ETA Stigma Delta of ICHRIE. That means International Council on Hotel, Restaurant, and Institutional Education. Let me remind all members that Dr. Thompson,
You will get 30 minutes to express and 10 minutes are kept for question answer session. Dear ladies and gentlemen, you are free to ask questions. Few valuable questions will be involved in the session. Dr. Thompson, you will get an alert through a beep sound after 25 minutes and again after 5 minutes to complete your session. Thank you each and everyone once again, and may I request Dr. Thompson to start session. I hope Dr. Thompson is present over here. Abhishek?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please. Now in this session also, we will be learning about how self-care is important for each one of us. I remember a story over here that there was a girl who was sitting beside a lady in the plane, and suddenly the plane got scratched and the lady started running to save herself. The another person asked and she gave the importance of self-care. We welcome you, Dr. Robert Thompson. Please, over to you.
It will not allow me to unmute.
Uh,
There we go. There we
now,
go.
sir,
There we go.
please,
Okay.
over to you.
There we go.
Thank you so much, sir.
It also says that my share is disabled. Oh, there we go. Are you able to see my slides? Okay, should be able to see my slides now, correct?
Yes, sir. It's correct.
Okay, very good. Sorry, a little bit of technical issues there. First off, I want to say thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. I say shukriya to Professor Das for the invitation and all the organizers of the summit. It's a pleasure to be with you. So first and foremost, we want to talk about self-care, and we understand that it's a vital part of our physical, mental, and emotional health, and especially with everything that's transpired with COVID, the lockdowns, the mandated quarantines, the lack of social interaction has all been very, very stressful on all of us. Many times we don't even realize to what degree. We understand that self-care impacts our emotional, physical, spiritual health, and overall quality of life. And there's certain behaviors that can enhance that or impact our self-care. And that could be our food choices, whether it's physical activities as well, lack of sleep or quality of sleep can impact that. And our overall well-being, our good health can be impacted, can generate stress. And we'll talk a little bit more about that and as we get a little bit further into the presentation. And like I said, with all of the stress that's happened as a result of COVID and all of the impacts there, you would think that self-care would be something that everyone would have incorporated into their daily routine, but that's not the case. And part of the problem there is that we don't truly understand what self-care entails and how to implement it. further complicating the situation is that there's multiple definitions, and it's intertwined with the terminology of self-management, self-monitoring, self-help. So it just gets very convoluted, and we don't have a uniform definition when it comes to self-care. The other thing to keep in mind is that well, I'll get into that in just a minute, but let's agree to the fact that we understand that the process of self-care is really focusing on the activities that help us maintain our overall health and well-being. And we understand that it should be a priority. But the problem is that it's a daunting task because we are all novices. No one has really trained us as to how to take care of ourselves. So it's overwhelming for many, many individuals. We struggle to follow through on whether it's a healthy diet, implementing an exercise regime, monitoring our sleep, or maintaining a good quality sleep. So everything gets out of balance, right? Our physical and our mental health gets out of balance. The other thing that impacts us is that we're hard on ourselves. Everyone is quick to blame ourselves, criticize ourselves, and we beat ourselves up. And I love this, the highlights here from Dr. Neff when she's talking about self-compassion. She said we're quick to mercilessly judge ourselves, criticize ourselves, look at our inadequacies and shortcomings, and we really beat ourselves up. But she said we need to be more compassionate when we come to ourselves and look at ourselves, because after all, who said that we're supposed to be perfect? So we understand that we need to learn to recognize our that everybody's going to experience difficulties as we progress through life. We're all going to have shortcomings, we're going to have flaws, but we just need to be kinder and more gentle to ourselves. We're more compassionate to others than we are to our own individual self. And part of the reason for that is that early on, we have been conditioned to focus on others before ourselves, right? We look at the needs and we address the needs of those around us before we look at ourselves. So what happens is on the totem pole, we're at the very bottom of the totem pole. The other thing that impacts us is that we think that if we focus on ourselves, then we're putting others last. And that kind of messes up our interpretation of where we rank and where they rank. And the other thing to keep in mind is that we often consider it one more thing to put on our to-do list. Everybody is overwhelmed with everything that we are currently undertaking. Another issue is that we look at it as indulgence. Self-care we think of as, well, we see others that are, you know, going on these wonderful grand vacations, buying these expensive things, having these days at the spas, all these elaborate things, and we consider that to be self-care. And that perception gives us the idea that self-care is indulgence. And I love this quote that caring for ourselves is not self-indulgence, it's self-preservation. And that's the way we need to look at self-care. The other thing to keep in mind is that we know ourselves better than anybody else. So we just want to look at the trigger points. What is it that activates our stress levels and use that to our benefit to help us diffuse a lot of those situations that can generate stress, trigger emotions, and impact our relationships. You know, research shows that good self-care can reduce the anxiety and depression, and like I said, can help us with stress issues and improve our happiness. I think everybody would agree with all of that. But the one thing to keep in mind is just like an automobile, humans require maintenance, and it takes a lot of work to develop that action plan, to take possession of ourselves and really, like I say, hone in on those trigger points to be able to diffuse a lot of those challenges that can cause those setbacks, trigger those emotional situations and impact our relationships as a whole. When I look at, or when we look at some of the countries where they rank the highest when it comes to self-care, Japan is at the top of the list.
Sorry to
The
disturb
UK,
you, sir. So please, your PPT is not moving.
it's
May
not
you-
moving.
Yes,
Um,
they are not able to see the other slides which you
okay,
want to show.
okay. I may have to do this since we have time constraints. Are you able to see it this way? Are you able to see that? The
Yeah,
change?
yeah.
Okay. I apologize, but I think for time constraints, we'll just go with this.
Okay. It's okay.
So again, the Japan leads the pack when it comes to self-care. The UK, then the US, and then Australia. Some of the consequences of not implementing self-care is, again, like we talked about, lack of energy, lack of motivation. It impacts our concentration, can impact our relationships, and ultimately our health and our mental health as well. Some of the challenges when it comes to self-care, we know that it's important, but we think it's not that important. Again, it gets into the ranking and we move that down. Like I mentioned earlier, we interpret that as being self-indulgent, and so we have to keep that in mind as well. We also get confused with thinking that self-care is comfort. As long as I'm comfortable, I'm addressing my taking care of myself. And that is one of the components creating a better environment, but we're really not focusing on ourselves. Just like number 6, and when we get into number 9, we often don't want to focus on ourselves because we may have some baggage there in terms of sadness, abandonment, anger issues, or we may have some bad behavior that we don't want to address. So that can impact us. And like I said, we often don't want to add one more thing to our to-do list. We're overwhelmed as it is, and that can be a problem for us. So with the final thought here is that our self-care is really about self-love. We need to really just focus in on ourselves, address ourselves, and realize the importance of focusing on ourselves to improve our overall health and well-being and the quality of life. And the last thing I wanted to leave you with is whenever we travel on an airplane, one of the safety concerns or issues that they give you when you get on the plane is that they tell you to put the oxygen mask on yourself before assisting others. And that is the best way to think about self-care, is that we need to focus on ourselves, because without focusing on ourselves, we're not adequately able to assist others. So self before others, and it's not being indulgent or not being concerned about others. It's we have to take care of ourselves before we look at addressing and helping others. Okay, and that is it. And I apologize for the technical issues there. That is my presentation, but I'll open it up for questions.
Sir, you are getting more time. You have some time. You may continue.
That was everything that I had in the presentation, but I would like to open it up for questions, and then that would allow us to discuss
Okay.
further.
Dear members, if you have questions, please write in chat box. They are asking for the slides, sir, since beginning. Many are asking different slides for different slides. So may you share your PPT once again? They want to see global prevalence slide. If any member has question, you may write your questions in chat box.
For some reason, it's not wanting to pick up my slides is the problem.
because they were not able to see the slides.
I,
when you were
I
explaining.
understand. I understand.
Yeah.
Again, we'll do it this way since it didn't want to share.
Yeah.
That was me thinking. Again, just looking at the different behaviors that can impact our self-care, whether it's the food choices, the physical activities, the quality of sleep, and so forth, which can help us manage our stress, deal with emotions and anxiety, and the overall keeping us at our best.
So there is a question somebody has
Okay.
asked, that how do we define the values of self-care to embrace in different communities?
See, that's one of the problems, is that defining exactly what is healthcare, this or self-care. This is a slide where it's talking about where there was 139 different definitions of self-care in 2021, highlighted by Rigel et al. And the thing is that there's not a uniform definition when it comes to self-care. So how can we expect people to concentrate on self-care when we really truly haven't defined the topic? So this is something for further research, is to define the topic to enable us to understand, have a better understanding and a well-recognized and uniform definition of exactly what is self-care. So you understand now why it's so difficult for people to implement it when we don't understand exactly, we haven't truly defined it.
Thank you, sir. And one more member is asking here that can proper planning remove stress?
Yes, that, that's why we were talking about the action plan. Like I said, you know yourself better than anyone else. You know what gets you aggravated, gets you stressed. We learn this over time. We learn more about ourselves, our body, when we need to de-stress. And, everyone has a different way of dealing with stress. And for me, it's nature. I like to, take a walk in the garden. Some people, they like to walk along the shore or walk along a lake. It's a way for them to release all of that tension. So we need to tap into a better understanding of self, that we can implement action plans so that we realize when we're starting to get stressed, that maybe we step away from that environment to give ourselves an opportunity to recharge, re-energize. Because if we don't, all it's going to do is impact our health and mental health, physical health, our well-being.
Thank you so much, sir. And members are also complimenting you, and they are saying that your topic really resonates with their practice with the patients. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, as it is said by Rabindranath Tagore, that turn towards nature, because nature is the best teacher and healer. The same is depicted through your slides and your vision, sir. Thank you so much once again for being with us. Now, may I request?
My apologies for the technical issues, but I tell you, I will send the presentation to Dr. Das and he can distribute it. How about that?
Okay, they all the members also liked. May I request the dignitaries to offer a certificate of honor to Dr. Thompson. So the certificate of honor is being displayed over here on the screen. Thank you,
Shukriya.
Robert Thompson, for being with us and for guiding us.
Shukriya.
We really are honored for being you with us. Let us turn towards the next session. I hope that everyone is able to see this certificate, and we really appreciate Dr. Thompson, and wonderful thanks for your presentation. Now, I hope that the next session members must be ready, panelists and the coordinator. It is said that, dear mindful members, Have a wonderful stay at the session, and let's turn towards the panel discussion. Spirituality is to get connected with divine. Let's meet the spiritual healer, Dr. Manju Jain, who is the moderator for panel discussion. I hope that Dr. Manju Jain is present over here in this session. May I introduce you, ma'am? Dr. Manju Jain is a spiritual healer working on the Jaina method of curing. She has worked on cancer, psoriasis, kidney failure, tuberculosis, skin problems, and many more successfully. She has given surprising results on a patient suffering from deflection in spinal cord, thus avoiding surgery on the spinal cord. In another case, the patient suffering from throat cancer who had lost his voice got his voice restored due to the intense spiritual healing process of Dr. Jain. Ma'am, you attribute this phenomenal recovery not to any magic, but to the immense healing powers in the 48 shlokas or mantras of Bhakta Kamar Stotra. You are a managing trustee of the Indian Federation of Spiritual Scientists, IFSS, based in Bangalore. You are the Vice President of Integrated Healing Forum, Nagpur. You are also associated with various spiritual organizations and spiritually inclined persons. Ma'am has attended and addressed innumerable conferences on spirituality and related areas in India and abroad. She has written and compiled books like Siddhak, A Journey of Divine Image, both in English and in French language. The book Sadhak is read by a number of people. Let's welcome Dr. Manju Jain with the smiles of divinity and a thumbs up. May I request you to proceed with the session, ma'am?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you,
Over
Doctor,
to you,
for
ma'am.
such a good introduction. And so happy to see Dr. Anne J. Peterson, our psycho-oncologist, Kamna D'Souza, the Tai Chi practitioner, and Glenda, our wellness therapist, yoga therapist, who's working on rehabilitation. Hi.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please unmute.
Yeah. Welcome, Dr. Anne Peterson from Germany, who's a psycho-oncologist working on patients what as a therapy. And welcome Glenda, who's a yoga therapist working on rehabilitation. And I welcome Kamna, a Tai Chi practitioner working with us since 2010. So welcome everyone, and the panel is there for yeah.
Hello.
Oh, wow, looking so beautiful with all the greenery fresh. Wow.
It's very difficult to understand, but I'll concentrate.
Yeah, and welcome Kamna D'Souza. Welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
So nice to see you. This is a small break, everyone is like you can have a small break. So some thing from Kamna. Kamna can show some exercises, Tai Chi practitioner. She's so good at it that it will give you relaxation. Kamna is so good at it, I tell you. Those Tai Chi, like ostrich-like position, and how she works wonders in people's life is really worth seeing. So let's see what Antje and Kamna have to say.
What about Glenda? Is she there, Glenda?
And she was asking questions. She was writing to me in chat box.
Sir, I'm asking to switch on camera of Glenda.
Exactly, sir. I reached my home on time. I was traveling in the moment of my thinking. So,
Madam
Grace,
Glenda, please turn on your camera and please shake your hand so that we can see you here in the session. I feel that she must have missed something.
So we can start with other two. Meanwhile, she'll join. Let us
Yeah, ma'am,
start with
please. Yeah, please.
Anjay and Kamna. Is it okay, Kamna? Anjay?
Yes, yes, I'm there, ma'am. I'm
Yes.
there.
Yeah. So I would request Kamna to show some exercises so that everyone gets relaxed with
Okay. So I can understand that we all are having this session online, and it's through the laptop. So today I'm going to show you a few basic facial exercises which will really help you to boost your mental being and freshen up and be energetic. So in the last session, when we had conducted this event in the year 2020, I had shown few demo exercises related to Chi Tai Chi Yoga, but today I'm going to show you a few facial exercises. So for this, we can do that. We can use our two fingers, that is index and our middle finger, and just place it above your eyeballs. Just close your eyes and place these two fingers above your eyeballs and just move your fingers clockwise 5 times and anti-clockwise 5 times. So let's start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Eyes should be closed, and then clockwise and anti-clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we are going to use our index and our middle finger, and we are going to pinch our eyebrows. Just pinch your eyebrows at the count of 5. Start pinching your eyebrows using your index and your thumb. 3, 4, and one more, 5. Now again, we are going to use our two fingers, that is our index and our middle finger. Now you're going to start rubbing our nose. So which will activate our nose muscles, and you'll able to breathe properly. And if there is some kind of a congestion, you can release this congestion through this exercise, rubbing your nose up and downward motion for 10 times. Start doing it for 10 times. Again, using your index finger and place it at the corner of your nose, rubbing it for 5 each, clockwise and anti-clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now I'm going to show you the last set, which is connected to our ears. So basically our 5 sense organs, that is eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and tongue, which are connected with our 5 internal organs, that is heart, liver, spleen, intestine, and our kidney. So the last set which I'm going to show you, place your hand in this cup shape and just place it above your ears and start moving your hand in upward and downward motion for 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then quick, move your hands clockwise 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then change anti-clockwise 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in this way, you are activating your 5 internal and external organ together. Today, the topic is physical wellness and how it really helps to cope up our stress, anxiety, and depression in our day-to-day life. So I just want to say physical wellness is a state of health and well-being that is achieved through the combination of good health, good diet, good sleep, proper exercises, personal care, and mental health. So if you have a good sleep, you are active throughout the day. If you're not getting a good sleep, you are not active throughout the day. So in physical wellness means adequate sleep, eating a healthy diet. So these are the main area which we have to focus in our day-to-day life. Having a good sleep, having a good proper diet, following a proper diet meal, which includes each and every kind of a nutrition. So, and most importantly, that is your daily activity, which includes your exercise. Exercise includes whether it is yoga, a walk, a swimming, any kind of a sports or high intense kind of a workout. Manju ma'am.
Yeah, Kamna, you made us all of us, relax and, come out of that mode and rethink. These are small mindfulness techniques which have been practiced by psycho-oncologists. As Andrej must be knowing, that the first person who introduced the psycho-oncology and mindfulness technique. So this is a really very good exercise, and we have been seeing how Kamna has grown by teaching this exercise to all. And in Mumbai, in Goa. And I would request Kamna to have a full session once for everyone, whoever I hear, a full Tai Chi, those three which used to teach us. They were so important, and so they used to make us feel very light, very energetic. And they used to relax our all tension, stress. So, and Kamna is also a very good pranic healer. So, what do you say? Why do they use salt and all to erase the negativity after pranic healing? Earlier, a pranic psychotherapist was there.
Did you approach me? Because I could not really understand.
Yeah, no, I was just asking Kamna, because Kamna used to give us pranic healing sessions, and after that, she used to treat us with that salt and erase all the negativity. So, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So in healing, yes, we use salt and water as a tool of basically it's used to do the cleansing process. Before we start the healing process, we do the cleansing process that is called the sweeping, energizing and swapping process. So that we use salt and water for doing the cleansing process. And normally we tell our clients that to take a bath with salt water. So basically salt water do the cleansing process. It removes the negativity energy from your body, and it purify our body and makes our body healthier and strong. And nowadays many people are using salt and water in their house for sweeping swabbing process also, because they feel that using the salt water sucks the negative energy and create that positive energy, positive aura around us.
Wow, very good. Salt, see how important salt is, and it really removes your negativity, and those pranic healing techniques are very good. So my question to Dr. Andrej Peterson is, how does this psycho-oncology work? How this fear of recurrence is erased through psycho-oncology, and how rehabilitation happens? Dr. Andrej.
I will tell you a little bit about my work, because I could just continue where Professor Thompson stopped. He talked so much about self-care in probably more or less healthy people. And I'm working with the people who already got very sick. I'm usually working with breast cancer patients. And so self-care is very important because it is very stressful to go through all the therapy, I mean, the medical treatments. And so they need to have something good for heart, soul, and mind. So I have a little toolbox, and I call it the virtual toolbox, and I teach them lots of things. And it is a very individual process because not everybody likes the same things. So the toolbox is very filled, and we try to find out what the individual wants. But I'm offering like yoga and finger mudras, because you can do finger mudras even if you're sitting in a hospital. Nobody really feels funny if you practice. So we do a lot of breath work to get, you know, the vagos stimulated more so they have some peace in mind, because the major problem is anxiety. This really causes most of the problems. So I teach all these little exercises that the women can help themselves. So self-care is not only to feel healthy, because they are not healthy right now, but they care about whatever they can get back. And I need good coping strategies for them to find individual ways. So my work basically is teaching how to get back in life and to understand cancer is a chance for them to start a good life again. So we try to sing, to chant, yoga, mudras, spend much time outdoors. You all know Shinrin-yoku, the forest bathing. So I go out with them hiking if they can. We do lots of exercise regime. I go jogging with them, even under chemotherapy. So we try to get back some joy. They need a lot of joy because the time to go to therapy is a long time, sometimes years. Very young people, not only old ladies. So they have children or they even want to have children, and it's always very difficult for them to go through this. So this is basically my work, and I combine it with my art, because art and music opens the heart and they can express if they don't find words. This is basically what I do.
Wow. Wow.
Maybe one more thing to say is, like, I try to teach people to die if they have to die. If we know the time is very limited, we are trying to learn how to do this.
Yeah, so basically you are teaching them art of dying, which Jainism also says. Okay, everyone knows art of living, but art of dying, very few people know, and how to gracefully remove all the equipments before dying. Last minute you are in the ICU on ventilator, and people at the home are not letting you die, not letting you go peacefully, and putting all the ventilator, how painful it is. If they want to leave home praying and being with their family, in last, when one has to leave the body, one has to leave the body and he knows it. So why not gracefully go from your home with your family, with your parents, and enjoying? In the ICU, nobody is there to, like, they are nurses, but one feels very happy when he is emotionally attached to someone and that person is there to take care of.
Yeah.
This
See,
is
I
my
think
view of
in India, maybe you have even a more family-orientated life. We have lots of singles here, and the ladies don't really rely on families very much. So this is something we really miss here. Try to get back kind of like a support group. So we have lots of, we call it like the breast cancer groups, and we try to get them into it, to have somebody who loves them, who cares, because the love from somebody is very important through this process. So I think I have seen it in India when the family is still around and everybody takes care about a person. Here, many people live alone and they go through this more or less alone. So this is why psycho-oncology is here a major factor to support ladies, because I only have ladies I'm supporting. I have only had one man in all these years. I have seen one breast cancer patient, a male one.
Yeah. So,
but it is not as sad as it looks now. It is a very giving and loving work. I get so much I cannot explain. This is a very giving job. Maybe you need a special age or experience, but then it is a very, very wonderful job, and I love what I do.
yeah. Great. So actually, my research work is also on psycho-oncology. I will also brief you. I started, my first presentation was in psycho-oncology, Washington, D.C., 2015. I started my work with chanting mantra on terminally ill cancer patients, palliative care, and I got amazing results. Using quality of life questionnaire, like how their quality of life improved by chanting mantras.
Mm-hmm.
So we have Glenda with us. So hi, Glenda.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Welcome, Glenda. How are you? How are you?
Nice to hear you.
Hi.
Hi. Now I can see you. Hi, doctor.
Yeah. So you can give a brief introduction about your yoga and rehabilitation, and then we will continue with on.
Yes, I've been a yoga teacher since 2015, and I started a pilot program within the local military community here at Puerto Rico, trying to integrate the yoga to the medical readiness, which I worked until I retired from the military on October 2021. And now they are formally introducing the yoga to the local military community. And after I retired, I moved the group to another place, to the beach. And we are currently keeping the facilitation of resiliency through yoga. And we keep working and growing and improving, this wonderful philosophy, which provides so many benefits of rehabilitation to the human body and connection and reconciliation of the body, mind, and spirit.
Wow. Very good, Glenda. I love your work, yoga and rehabilitation because I have worked in rehabilitation centers also.
Madam Manju, I like to add, she's a retired army officer and simultaneously she's have a love for the yoga and a yoga teacher. This I think should be highlighted, a combination of the two. Army officer, retired, and then yoga, love for the yoga.
Wow. Wow.
Well, I started the yoga practice actually 27 years ago, during my pregnancy. And it did help me a lot during the delivery process of my son. And then I joined the military, and I realized that while I was keeping myself with the yoga practice, I felt healthier, and I was not as vulnerable to get injured as I was when I wasn't keeping my practice. I've been an athlete since I was a kid, so exercise to me is everything. You know, it's like I wake up in the morning and I have a daily routine of exercise. Besides yoga, I do other things. I walk. I used to run, but now I'm keeping myself into the yoga because of the healing benefits that you know that stimulates within the cell tissue, and overall, it actually, in my experience, helped me a year and a half ago to rehabilitate from a car accident I had while in the military that left my spine cord severely injured. And I didn't want to go to the surgery, so I embraced myself to the sports medicine rehabilitation combined with yoga. And after 4 months of taking physical therapies combined with yoga, I was able to return to my practice and my teaching. And since then, I've been teaching. I had to modify a few things, you know, but I'm still in rehabilitation process because it was a severe accident. And but the thing is that since I had myself that experience, when people comes to my class, you know, with their situations and their concerns about their injuries, it's even, I mean, I feel more empathy because I went through all that. It's not the same thing when you haven't been in a position when you have to embrace a physical rehabilitation process. You become more sensible, more compassionate.
So Glenda, the empathy part is most important, no?
Pardon me?
Empathy is most important because people have.
Oh yes, empathy. That's true.
It is
yes,
very important.
definitely.
People have empathy, but they are not, they have sympathy, but not empathy.
That's true. And I
Empathy
think that
is, yeah. Yeah, Glenda.
Okay. I think that to rehabilitate from, you know, throughout yoga would help collectively, I mean, the society to become more united, to become more compassionate to each other, and to, you know, and for instance, to open their hearts and raise their vibration to the energy of love.
Yeah, yeah, that's very important. The energy of love, which is missing in this, you know, technical world where patients are in the ICU with latest gadgets, all but energy of healing, of love is missing. And people are kept for so long on those gadgets, which are like literally, I was called recently, and a person whose nose, believe me, that nose, that was, all the skin had come out, the cheeks, they were also, you know, because of that mask. And still they were putting this plastic rubber sort of this thing, and then again covering it. And that person was in such great pain, and I just removed it. I went to that hospital, and it was lung specialist, pulmonologist, and I just said, okay, remove it for some time. When it is hurting you so much, when it is hurting you, I'm sure you will breathe without it also. And I sat there for 1 hour. and he was okay. And then all the doctors, nurses, everybody came, and even the pulmonologist, and I was just chanting. And he felt so relaxed. My God, you must have the condition of his skin, both the cheeks, the skin had ruptured, the nose because of that. And my God, what kind of pain you are giving for extension of life? You know that he's going to leave the body after half an hour or 1 hour. What is the point in giving that this thing? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Auntie Jim will highlight more because she works on cancer and she's teaching them art of dying. How can you prepare yourself for death?
I think the key here is to release resistance, because excuse me, when we are resistant to flow, to changes, and I think the pandemic was the great teacher for us to embrace that. When we allow ourselves to release resistance, we become more open for changes, and and to pursue that higher self that we all should be trying to develop. And for example, I understand that globally we all live in a fight and flight response, and throughout the practice of yoga and combine, which provides you postures and breathing exercises, you develop the ability to control your nervous system, your sympathetic nervous system, which is the one that stimulates the stress responses. And once you develop that as a tool, you send your brain the message that you are the one who is in control. And when you activate your relaxation reflexes, you become into balance. Everything within your body becomes into balance. And when you feel that you are in balance, with being in a balanced state helps you to move on, to embrace any adversity, and form us to be a resilient person.
Yeah, you have a lot of experience. Only the person who has so much experience in that industry can feel and understand that. Because I have seen people, at times the soul is not leaving the body. Body is all worn out. Soul is not leaving, and the family members are standing, and body has come in such a shape that water is filled and nobody is ready to, and we are chanting mantras to relieve the soul, and even the children and all are waiting for them to leave the body. They just want the will to be transferred. They are standing there for that. And what? So we should, in this world, art of dying, art of living, Sri Ravi Shankar ji taught. But I think the most important this thing is to learn art of dying gracefully. And not only patients, the doctors should also advise in palliative care when to stop the treatment. Why you are just keeping on giving chemo and radiation till the end? The patient is suffering more by your treatment than you can take a research work. I'm saying this doctor Brigham had done a research in Boston Women Hospital, and that research is not a small research. He did it for 8.5 years, and he did it on 5 lakh women patient, and he gave the decision. He gave recommendation to doctors. Doctors, before advising a surgery, think not only cost of surgery, the complications of surgery. How complicated one surgery is done, it leads to another, this thing, one organ is improved, another organ. Then I always see, I have seen patients, who have not taken treatment, they have trouble in talking and all, but they are still there after 10 years, 15 years. But those who have taken those treatments are not there. When they came, they just came with a small papilloma, which may be cancerous, which may not be. What do you say, Anjay? What do you say?
I think it is very, very difficult to find the right moment to stop therapy, because sometimes I think personally we over therapy many patients. So it is a huge legal aspect. When I was a young doctor and I was working on intensive care, I had a patient who was 106 years. I was about 22. I have never seen that old person. And then the daughter came and we said, ma'am, we could stop the machine so your father could just die in peace and he could just walk the way and the soul could just, go. And she said, no, he will have intensive care until he dies. See, there was no legally we could not do anything. So I had a wonderful professor. He went to her and he said, please come with me. We will have some tea and we will talk again. She would refuse. But the day when her father died, the first thing she said, did you stop the machines? And the professor said, God stopped the machines in his heart. So, and she was like, oh, he should have lived more. He could not move. He was blind. He was deaf. He could not do anything. And when we came and touched him, it was so horrible to see. I never forgot this in my life. But here it is a huge legal problem. So we have to have like our will for the hospitals. When you enter a hospital, you have to make your mind clear. I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this. So I have one of these wills, which is that long. I don't want this, 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 this. If you don't have this, they will keep you alive as long as the machines will go. And sometimes it is very hard to see because some people just are very tired. The body is so tired. But legally, a doctor is always afraid of being sued. So we have this, you have to find the right path, maybe a good conversation. And the psycho-oncologist usually helps a lot because we listen carefully. And then sometimes a patient even says, no, I don't want to have another chemotherapy. I had already 1 year, I can't take more. So I go with this. If somebody has a reason to stop, if this means a person will die, that's a good choice for some people. It is a long way. I mean, if you went through therapy for many years, I have lots of illnesses. I know what therapy is. I know what it means. So I can understand. Sometimes you are just tired and a doctor should accept this decision. I mean, you have to talk to the patient to make sure he's stable in his decision. But sometimes you are just tired of having another operation. It's a good result, but there are 100 other things coming up, side effects and everything. And then you are just tired. I can understand. So for me, it is always like I'm listening carefully what somebody tells me, how long he is in therapy, what happened in this therapy, how many operations. Sometimes you can't take one more operation because you had already 50. So this is, for some people, it's just not possible anymore. And they are happy to say, yes, I had a good life. I did everything good. I enjoyed, and I'm fine. I'm balanced. I'm very happy looking back. I didn't miss anything and I did everything I could. So for me, this is a good way to say, yeah, let go.
Yes, I agree. I agree. I agree.
So I'll take a quick sitting exercises as we all are sitting for 2 hours. So somewhere your neck or your shoulder or back must be hurting you. So I'll request everyone to sit straight, take the support of your chair and keep your back straight. Relax yourself, take a deep breath. Just breathe in from your nose and just exhale from your mouth. Relax. Okay, so let's start with the shoulder movement. Moving your shoulder clockwise 5 times and anti-clockwise 5 times. Let's start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let's start with the neck movement. Just move your neck half right and slowly move half left. So making a U on your right and then slowly on your left. Again at the count of 5. Let's start. 1, right and left. 2, 3, do it slowly. 4, and one more. 5. Now moving your neck up and down, chin up, chin down at the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, continue, 1. Okay, now take your left hand and just place it above your right ears. Take your left hand, place it above your right ears, keep your back straight and slowly stretch your neck towards your left. Hold it there for 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wonderful. Now take your right hand and place it above your left ears and just push it towards your right. Slowly hold it there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. And one last. Take your 5 fingers, place both the palms above your crown and slowly push your neck towards front. So when you push your neck towards front, your chin should touch your chest. Slowly bring it down. Hold it there again for 5 seconds. Glenda, you can push more. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we all know that we all love our body. So the more you give love and affection to your body, the body reacts in the same way. I know everybody face some kind of a stress, anxiety, depression is there in everyone's life. But never forget that health plays a very important role in your life, and loving yourself, that is the biggest thing. So you should start loving yourself. You should start loving each and every part of your body. So with this, we will say the affirmation and we are going to touch each and every part of your body saying it. I love each and every part of my body, including your face, your nose, your chest, your shoulder, your arms, your stomach, your chest. Start saying it for 10 times. I love each and every part of my body. I love each and every part of my body. I love each and every part of my body. Cover each and every part of your body, including your stomach, your lower abdomen, your inner thighs, your knees, your calf muscle. I love each and every part of my body. I love each and every part of my body. I love each and every part of my body. I love each and every part of my body. I love each and every part of my body. Okay. So the topic which was given to Dr. Antiji and Glenda and to me was the pillar of physical wellness. So Glenda had discussed about how yoga has really helped her in the surgery process, how she had recovered herself through the surgery she had done, the injury she had done. So yoga has really helped her and she is practicing yoga from past 7-8 years. With that, Dr. Antiji, you had also discussed that yoga with the rehab. You had discussed this thing on our chat, that how yoga and rehab can combine together. So just I want to know how it really helps and what is your experience on this?
I think yoga is very, very good for everybody. I'm practicing yoga more than 30 years, and I'm a yoga teacher, and I'm teaching yoga teachers to come. So I'm doing anatomy, physics, and I do asanas, and I'm trying to tell them what to do from the orthopedic view and what not to do. So we combine this, and I really enjoy doing this because it is interesting to combine. So in psycho-oncology, I can tell that yoga has a huge impact on the healing of breast cancer patients. We had a huge study running in Munich in one of the university clinics, and everybody who wanted to was enrolled in yoga. And the healing process was so much better, even with the scars. You could see the ladies after mastectomy, they don't feel really comfortable, but the healing was so good. Even the outside healing, you saw the scars were healing, and inside they could talk about it, they could move slowly. Of course, they can't do everything, but they can do what is possible. And you could see how the mind really stopped running crazy all the time, because if they are in the flow, they could forget for maybe like a couple of minutes or maybe 20 minutes what is going on in their body, the tumors, the growing, the chemotherapy, all this. They just forgot. And you could see it not only like blood pressure, pulse, but you could even see they had less stress hormones. The breath was much better. They could even, sometimes if they are afraid, they breathe up here. And they don't even use the stomach, abdominal breath. So they could even do it. They could relax. You could see this. They had no sympathicus reactions like sweating on the fingers, all this. They felt good. They felt at ease for 20 minutes. Maybe afterwards, it is coming back and the reality is catching up and they say, oh, wow, I have a mastectomy. I don't feel nice. I'm horrible, my body. But for this time, it was good for them. And as more they went to the classes, as better it was. So basically, we have a yoga school right here, and it's called Yoga for Cancer. And she only takes cancer patients. So they are in a group together and not really confronted with healthy people, because this is something difficult. If you sit next to a 26 years old woman and you say, hey, can't you move better? And she's a cancer patient. So the yoga has a huge input. We combined it with meditation now because we try to teach them, and we do lots of breath work, lots of pranayamas, we chant. Sometimes we just sing. It doesn't really matter, just to make them happy. So the yoga school does a lot of things, and we try to get as many as possible enrolled because it is proven. I mean, the studies went well and they had lots of women in it, and it's good. So I'm very happy we are able to get more and more ladies in it. Did it answer? Is it okay for you?
Yeah, it did answer. Yeah, I'm very, very happy, Angie, for your work, because I really want to work on this. I've been working for last 15 years, and we have used even, fear of recurrence scale to how to remove fear from the patient. In Dublin Psycho-Oncology World Congress, I have used this fear of recurrence scale, showing how just by removing fear from the patient, and
all panelists are requested to wind up the session within 5 to 8 minutes. We are expecting.
So how this fear makes disease recur, and if you remove the fear, you can live in a better way, die peacefully, and cancer does not recur. In my research, the pain had come from 7 to 2 on the visual analogous scale of pain. So I would really thank Angie Peterson for highlighting psycho-oncology, how important it is in life of a person to psychologically remove all the fear and those who are critically ill, to teach them how to leave body gracefully with their family members. And Glenda for being army officer and training people yoga. And Kamana, our Tai Chi master, a wellness therapist who is her genetic, all genes, X and X, all are of, pranic healing, yoga, because she's daughter of Dr. Das. And we have seen her since 2007, how she understands each part of body, integrated healing, how I have taken Reiki from thousands of people, but not just for the sake of praising. You know, her pranic healing, the way she understands, thanks to Dr. Das, the way he has taught her. And Jay, you are master in your subject. And this is my research for last 15 years. So I really want this to reach people, and people, everyone, including, we keep our parents seeing, that forced death. Why not we at that time keep emotions aside and take them home and let them die peacefully at home with their parents, with why doctor has to say, okay, he's dead, now you take him home. You can also understand that he's dead and death is ultimate truth, which everyone has to face in the life.
Yeah, really. Thank you. It's such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. Honestly, to say, our body, mind, and soul, all three domains of spiritual awareness are healed today. Thanks all to give the message that yoga does not just change the way we see things, it also transforms the person who sees. That it is the journey of the self, through the self, to the self. Thank you so much all. We honored to offer you the certificate of honor. May I request dignitaries to offer all the panelists the certificate of honor. Dr. Banju Jain, who is a spiritual healer from Nagpur. Glenda Leigh Santos, retired army officer and yoga teacher, who was a panelist in this discussion. Dr. Antje Peterson, psycho-oncologist from Germany. And Kamna D'Souza, wellness coach from Mumbai. Through this session, we come to know that yoga has been accepted globally, and all the members throughout the world, they have accepted yoga as the process of healing. Yoga is always considered as a process in Hinduism and Hindu mythology. Thank you, everyone. For though you do not belong to our culture, you have accepted it and imbibed yoga in your personality. Thank you so much to all. Now let us turn towards the next session. The honorable member present over here, Mr. Dejan Stanchev. We welcome you, sir. Sir is from Bulgaria. He is a longevity researcher and has been investigating different cultures, religions, health-related work for past 14 years. He is a very committed and enthusiastic person and wishes to share his life experience connected to family well-being. We welcome you, sir. Let's welcome Dejan Stanchev in this session with Namaskar.
Thank you.
I hope
you,
you have accepted our welcome. Sir, stage is yours.
It's a pleasure to join you here, and thanks to Mr. Surendra Das for asking me to participate. So my name is Dejan Stanchev. I'm from Bulgaria, and I have been interested in living a life without sickness, and I've been willing to increase my vital and spiritual energy with each day for the last maybe 14 years. So I realized that I need to take care of my body way back in 2008 when my dad got a a special kind of disease and got paralyzed. And at the same time, my uncle also died maybe 1 month later. At that time, I was 27, and that's really surprised me. And then I realized that I need to take care of my health as soon as possible. Then I started researching, investigating different sources, trying different procedures on myself. And in the next 30 minutes, I will tell you my daily practices and changes I have made in my life. And I'll give you links to follow to get in more details into the practices and read some of the books that I think are most knowledgeable and I think I found most useful. So to start with, we need to differentiate between the physical health and the spiritual health. My recent findings are about that the emotions and the feelings are actually creating the diseases which in time will appear in the physical world. So basically bad feelings and bad emotions that are remaining in ourselves. It doesn't matter if it's something in the past, if it's something now, if it's not real fears or anything, they just started destroying our invisible bodies. And through changing of the eating habits, like reducing food intake, missing breakfast, doing intermittent fasting, and drink water or dry fast 1 day a week, doing breathing exercises, physical exercises, and mental exercises, this all will change how we feel and thus help us have purer emotions. At least this is how it worked with me. So I'll give you 3 ways to raise your vibrations. They are very simple and very easy to follow. And first one is by eating food that comes from the sunlight. So basically we are eating sunlight and that's what our plants are eating. So plant-based food, that's the best food we can eat. We're eating that energy in the forms of the plants and the fruits and the seeds. And the people who eat dairy or fish and meat eat also sun energy, but that has been absorbed from the animals through their food, like grass, GMO corn or GMO soya, which they feed them. So staying as much as possible to organic plant-based food will raise our energy. Very important point here is not to overeat. I must admit, sometimes I do overeat because all those habits come from early children education. So it's very important for people who have children to understand the way how it's best to live healthy and give them to their children through their examples. So the second one is something even simpler, breathing deeply. So if we spend the day 10-15 minutes just stay and focus on our breath and breathe deeply, we will slowly create a habit of breathing deeply. And for example, if you pay attention to the babies and the young children, you can see that they all breathe deeply. It's their nature to do that. So very good exercises. Let's say when you walk outside, you can do 5, you can count the steps, 5 steps you breathe in, then you can hold 1-2 steps, and then you can breathe out for 5 steps. And if you do one walk like that for 15-20 minutes, after that, you just realize that you are not the same person. The first time I made that kind of walk, it's just really, really surprised me. The third point is laughing and staying joyous mood throughout the day. I know it's easier said than done, but if you put your will and your thoughts into it and to decide to stay happy and laughing for all we see throughout the day, this will increase our internal energy as well. So again, 3 steps are eat plant-based foods, breathe deeply as much as possible, or maybe spend like 10-15 minutes walk doing breathings, and try to be as joyous as possible on whatever it is. Even if you're just by yourself, just smile. Because if you smile, this changes your inner world, and then you start feeling happy. And if you feel happy, then of course your outer world changes and you start to smile as well. I can start with my mornings. So in the mornings, I miss breakfast. And when I wake up, I drink 700 milliliters of hot water. Make sure you drink either room temperature water or hot water, because if you drink cold water, then any body energy is used in order the water to be warmed up to 36, 37 degrees. So if you drink hot water, then you don't waste your body's energy to heat the water. So in 30 minutes, the water is absorbed. Then I do like about 700 milliliters of hot water, plus 1 lemon juice, 1 lemon squeezed. This helps you liver detox. This is one of the key points here in my research. The most important organ is not the brain or the heart, like everybody thinks. I think the most important organ is the liver, because if the liver is not purifying the blood, then all that blood goes into the brain and the heart and everywhere else. So it's a very, very important thing to research by yourself how to detox your liver. There are different ways, but drinking in the morning lemon juice with water, this helps your liver detox from the night. My first food is usually a couple of fruits about 11:30 a.m. or green smoothie plus fruit. It's important to take fruits on empty stomach and not as desserts. And don't mix many fruits like in a fruit salad, because the mixture can cause inflammation. And of course, don't eat it as a dessert, as I said, because then in your digestion, the fruits might rotten. They're very easily processed by the body. So eat fruits always on empty stomach. So when I wake up, when I'm still in bed, I do the Silva method. I recommend Jose Silva's books on this one. I'm giving all the links in the transcripts. It's going to be sent to you, all of you. So the Silva methods, it's a very, very powerful brain exercise. This helped me achieve many of the goals. It's a kind of a visualization technique. So this method makes your brain work better, and with his exercises and visualizations, it can achieve whatever you visualize. It's worked with me on many, many occasions. So let's say the first time I did it was back in 2010. Then I wanted to get married, and I started doing this exercise to find my future wife. So it took a long time. Don't think just if you do it once or twice it works. So it took me about 6 months of doing it every day. And yeah, I'm still married to the same person I met there. So the best thing is to read the book I give you here and start doing it straight away. So the exercise is counting from 50 to 1 while you are in bed. You do slowly deep breaths, and then you start visualization your dream or what you want to achieve or the healing, and understand that and feel that it has already happened. Add the feeling of thankfulness to this. So spending about 5-10 minutes on this in the morning, it really works. Yeah, so for example, you can see your disease disappear with giving thanks to the creator for this and feeling what would you do if it has disappeared. I also recommend do the online training for the Silva methods, which can be found on the Mind Valley, and this will be added in the link in the document that's going to be sent to you. The second thing I do is I do a couple of breathing exercises. So back in 2014, I think I did the Art of Living. So it's a really powerful course. I really recommend you guys to do it. So the exercises I'm doing are from the Art of Living course, but I think it comes from the Indian culture. So it's the first one is the 3-stage pranayama, which you do in the tree, in sitting in the 3 phases, like down, in the middle, and then you put, yes, exactly, yes. And then you do it like this. All the explanation will be in the links as well. So you do like 4 deep breaths, ujjayi breaths, then you hold for 4 seconds, then you breathe out for 6 seconds, and then you hold for 2 seconds. So you do that 3 times, and then I do the Bhastrika pranayama. Everything takes about 10 minutes. So, I mean, for the breathing, for the Silva method, let's say also 10 minutes. The third one, what I do is I go outside on the balcony so that my circadian rhythm can start. The circadian rhythm is the body mechanism to let the body know that you are awake or you're up, you should fall asleep. And it's the most important rhythm that helps you sleep better and gets the most enough sleep and quality of the sleep. So when I wake up in the morning, when I go out, when I finish the first 2 things, then I That means that my eyes will see the sunlight outside and not through a window, but direct sunlight. And this helps get a good night's sleep, although it's done in the morning. Same is good to be done by staying outside and view the sunlight 1 hour before sunset. Just walk for 20 minutes outside. This will help your body get used to, it needs to fall asleep. So it takes about, the Wim Hof method, I'm giving the link here. So it takes about 10, 12 minutes to do that outside. It's a tree. Can you hear me? Sorry, guys.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, I saw someone didn't hear me. Okay. So it's,
Yes.
if you search it in YouTube for Wim Hof method, it will appear there. So this guy has developed these methods, and plus the cold showers, he has made like a test of teaching 10 people his methods and injecting them with a special type of virus. And in 5 days during the methods, the virus just dies, cannot live in that, in a body who is taking cold showers, doing all the things in his methods. But the breathing, I do just the breathing. So sitting down, sitting outside, restarts my circadian rhythm. 30 minutes before getting dark, walk outside, helps you have a good sleep. In order to have a good sleep, it's very important not to eat 3 hours before you go to sleep, and no watching screens like phones, laptops, TVs 2 hours before bed. I know it's difficult, but it's achievable, and it really changed my sleeping habits for this one. The fourth one I do is maybe the first ritual I've started doing a long time ago, back in 2012. It was the 5 Tibetions. So they're yogic exercises, and they take no more than 5 minutes to do them. So they're quick to do and activate the main chakras in the body. And as the story says, for the person who found about the 5 Tibetions, it makes you look and feel younger. The link about how to do it, it's also going to be in the document. The 5th one I do throughout the day is find 10 to 15 minutes of time to do a meditation. It can be done also before you go to sleep. So the app that really got me into meditation is the One Giant Mind app. The link will be provided. So it is as simple as closing your eyes for 10, 15, 20 minutes a day, and just repeat softly in your mind, aham, which I understand means I am, and let your body relax to release stress. If it goes forwards, it's okay. If thoughts come, just recognize and go back to repeating aham as a faint sound. For months, I was trying to stop drinking beer because I was drinking beer on a daily basis. It wasn't very heavy, like it was like a 2 beers a day as a daily habit. So I tried hard to do it, but I couldn't, because when suddenly a thought came in my mind, go and buy, I just go and buy a beer, and then you get on an autopilot for this. So on the second day, I started doing this meditation. No thoughts about drinking appeared, and I've stopped drinking for the last 2.5 years. So I think this type of mental exercise or meditation, like you say, it's very important to get hold of your thoughts and control them, and don't let the bad ones control you. So whenever I start to feel that I'm getting sick, I stop eating and drink only hot water, or just reduce my food for the day. This is something I noticed my son was doing when he was sick. And then I realized that's the right way to do, because when you eat, your body uses lots of energy. And instead of using that energy to fight the disease or whatever is in the body, it uses the energy to digest the food. So it's very, very powerful to stop eating for 1 day and remain on hot water. On top of that, you can add tablets like zinc and magnesium and vitamin C. They are fighting inflammations. And of course, if you are able to reduce or totally remove things like no flour and sugar and processed salts and packaged foods, That will be very, very good. And of course, for spiritual development, I think not eating meat is, it really helps. It really helps. So one of the best things I feel I'm doing best for my body is every week or every second week, I try to do a 32-hour water fast. This helps my body detox. And I learned about this from Paul Brack's books. He was the first person I found that started fasting and talking about this kind of this way of living. He lived until he was 81 years of age. And I'm giving links to his books as well. They're really, really amazing. A friend of mine long time ago recommended me Anthony Williams' books. He really talks about how to purify your liver through your foods, how to detox just by using foods and using celery juice on an empty stomach early in the morning. Links are also provided there. So really, really important is to find out how to detox the liver and do it correctly and do it at least once a year. Because if you do it 2-3 times, you'll see your health improve a lot, because all the toxins and everything that's bad in your body gets stored in the liver, and that's why it grows. So last but not least, of course, we haven't spoken about emotions, and I think the emotions are the most important thing for being healthy, because our invisible field is damaged by the feelings of hate, of envy, especially of insults, or if we're killing our love, or if you kill somebody else's love really badly and hurting others, this doesn't go to other people, it comes to us. And through the karma principles, it doesn't just come to us, but it goes to our children in this life. And it can be really, really easily seen if you start monitor your feelings and how you feel and how the people around you feel. If you have really strong feelings, bad feelings inside you. So the research has been made amongst the people that have lived over 100 years of life, and they found out that the diet there was really different. Everybody had a different diet. The only one common thing amongst all of them was that they were really, really kind, joy towards life, and they had forgiveness to others, and thus not feeling any hurt inside or any bad feelings from past actions. Yeah, so basically that's in a nutshell what I found. And if you have questions, I would like to answer as well.
The members are requested to ask questions, if any.
Yes.
Yeah, can you elaborate more on fasting and how the toxins are released, and how often a person should fast, and what should be intermittent fasting? If you can highlight on that, we'll be grateful to you.
Yes. So what I found out that so if the most important fasting is the dry fasting, without water, without nothing, and after 3 days, the body starts not having enough food. And at that point, it starts eating all the bad cells that are living in our body. So it starts eating like weak cells and recreates new ones. I think after 32 hours, a new cells gets created and the immune system gets regenerated. So it's a very, very good thing to do if you do it on a weekly basis or every 2 weeks. If you manage to do like the 32 hours, and then slowly start to increase exactly autophagy, and slowly start to increase the days. But maybe it will be best to do it under supervision and go. There are groups all over the world that are doing different types of fasting, so it will be best to try and do it. I haven't done more than 4 days of fasting, but I've heard people that have been doing more than 10 days really stop having any type of diseases there. The intermittent fasting is really, really good as well. So that's making like 16 hours before the meals, and it's not very difficult to achieve. So it means you need to have dinner late at 6 o'clock, and then you count 16 hours. Then on the next day, you can have a meal about 10, 11 o'clock. This also supports boosting the immune system, and it can be done on a daily basis as well.
Is there any other question?
Yeah, I would like to ask how this fasting helps in dissolving tumors and so many, how that works.
So I think fasting with cancer needs to be done through under true supervision. But what I've heard about is it's like because the body doesn't have any food to eat, and you need to do like 9-10 days of fasting, and then all the cells are getting eaten. But with cancer, it's very important to know with cancer that it's not the problem, the tumor that has been created. The problem is an emotion that is triggering the disease, and this emotion needs to be found out where it happened, why it happened, and just forgive it and deal with this emotion first, because this is the root cause. Otherwise, if you manage by somehow to cure the tumor and you don't change your way of living, like especially emotionally, it will appear on a different place. And that's, I think that's one of the things the modern medicine is not taking into consideration, is that all the diseases doesn't come just suddenly from somewhere. They come, they're triggered from a particular emotion, a particular type of behavior.
Yeah, it is really experienced by many people that nothing rests. Everything is the game of vibrations. Everything moves, everything vibrates. At the most fundamental level, the universe and everything which comprises it is pure vibratory energy, manifesting itself in different ways. Thank you so much, sir. The universe really has no solidity as such. Matter is merely energy in a state of vibrations. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us and guiding us in a very valuable manner. Let's honor Sir Dayan, with a certificate. May I request honorable members to offer him the certificate of honor here. Thank you so much, Sir Dayan, for being with us. We really appreciate your efforts and for your presence with us. Now, thank you so much.
Just can I just, I think I saw a couple of questions. Is it okay to answer them?
Yeah, you can.
Do you have time? Yeah. Okay. So Diana is saying, any advice for emotional detox? So I think the Silva method is really powerful. This is what I notice. If I feel really stressed at work or anything, I feel really, really bad. If I do it for 10 minutes, straight away my mood changes. So it's a good thing to try whenever people feel stressed. It takes 10 minutes. It's a really quick and slow breathing with holding of the breath. This will raise the vibration straight away. And another question, how daily habits improve the health of aged people? So I don't like, personally, I don't like the aged people combination, because I think we are not aging or getting old. It's more like we don't know how to live. I'm totally sure that if people 65, 70, 75 change a lot of things in their, let's say in their diets, start to fast a little bit, do some slowly start to do some exercises, because the more you move, the more you'll be able to move. So it's not possible. It's not possible to, let's say, work behind the computer for 40 years, you become 60, and then you're not able to move. So it's really important to be moving and to do some exercises like push-ups, whatever. It doesn't matter how old you are. Once I saw a guy 75 years old, he was doing pull-ups, he was doing push-ups. He was in very good shape and his body looks amazing. So I think any age you can live properly. And I think that's the most important thing, because with aging, we gain lots of wisdom, but our body becomes really weak. So it is super, super important to keep our body healthy and be able to move and to be able to live happy, because in order to apply this wisdom to the people around us. And yeah, I can finish with this one. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, for being with us and for answering questions so philosophically. Now, this was the beautiful gift which we received today through the sessions, both the sessions, and thank you each one of you for being patient with us. Now, may I request Dr. Yolanda to wrap up this beautiful sessions gift. Dr. Yolanda, please sum up the session.
All I can say is, wow, wow, wow. We have learned so much today. And it's almost a pity to wrap up the inaugural day of the Global Wellness Summit. But good news is that we will be together for another 2-3 days. As all of the experts were speaking, I was taking notes and I am blown away. I think next to each note, it says, do some more research. So I'm looking forward to that. We have gone from panic psychotherapy to psycho-oncology. We have learned techniques. We have been given exercises to do. We've got some expert advice along the way and practical implementation that we can do on a daily basis. We've also taken out some keynotes. Detoxing came through very strong today. The practice of yoga came through very strong today. General breathing and breathing technique came through strong today. And then when we look at our overall wellness, and there was a question that said earlier, what is the difference between health and our wellness? And I know one of the doctors has answered that earlier, but we need to be cognizant that we are a whole being, and our emotions, our mindsets, our physical, our spiritual are all part of what we present and what we give to the world. And another important thing that I've learned today was the connection between body, mind, and soul. And we went from our infants to our preteens to our young adults to us as adult people. So we have gone through the entire age gap of humankind, which was extremely, extremely useful. So thank you, Diana Ra, for also all of your insight, and so many other people who's given phenomenal insight today. Again, body, mind, and soul, we have also gone through private and personal development, familial development, and then how do we implement that into society? So ladies and gentlemen, delegates, honorable guests, keynote speakers, panelists, moderators, presenters, what a day. What a day. Well done to everyone, and a special mention to our two masters of ceremonies this afternoon, the incredible Shika Singh, well done. And to Kama Sasa, very well done. To our moderators, Dr. Kamal Preet, and to Manjiri, to our keynote speakers, Dr. Robert Thompson and Ms. Niru Nahir, and then to our panelists, Ross, Diana, Glenda, Dr. Anya, and Kama, and Manju, and everyone else. A special mention goes to the man of the moment and his exceptional team, Dr. Surendra Das. Thank you so much for not only advancing the cause, the awareness, and the training around mental wellness and just general wellness. As we see, everything is interconnected. I'm excited. I'm going to leave you all with that. A pleasant evening to wherever you sit in the world, a pleasant afternoon to wherever you sit in the world, and to those who still need to go through this day, good morning and good luck. And with that, we look forward to our second day. Please join us tomorrow, same time, as we commence with the 2022 Global Wellness Summit. Greetings from South Africa, and thank you to all. Blessings upon all of you. Thank you, everyone. With that, we will end. We will end the session and the recording will officially stop. Is that fine, Dr. Surendra? Are you all good, sir? Okay, wonderful,
Doctor,
wonderful. Perfect. Bye-bye, everyone. Same time.
Bye-bye. Good night.
Tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Love you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Yes.